Hi. Hey, everybody. Hi. I am here, and I hope you're ready for the life and suffering of Sir Brante, the times of the fall of the blessed Archnean Empire. I didn't get to say it last time. I remembered because I had to look through the old VOD to make sure that my sound settings are suitable for this kind of stream. And well, I didn't change anything. I wasn't able to fine tune my mic as I would, but I'm sure it'll all work out sooner or later. And yeah, I hope that it'll all work out. But yeah, let me switch over. Okay, hi. I was supposed to stream on Sunday evening, but unfortunately, I fell asleep. Yeah, you won't believe it, but while I was falling asleep last stream, I straight up did not think that I was going to be able to stay up after working another 10-hour shift. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work out. Sorry. Yep. So, hopefully, gonna get through a good sizable chunk of the book today. Well, the game. Book game. It's something. I tell you that. Hold on, let me just make myself a little smaller. Yeah. Whoa, no. There we go. There we go. Just a little smaller because I tend to lean forward a little. No, I don't want to. Actually, maybe a little bigger. There we go. All right. Okay. Let's get through as much of the book as we can this time around. Hush. Let's go. All right. When father is not working long hours. Is the rain too loud? Hold on. Let me turn it down a little. Alright, here we go. When father is not working long hours, you often see him spending long stretches of time in the backyard practicing his fencing. You are allowed to watch, but that is it. You are forbidden from touching the sword, let alone actually learning how to fight with it. It is a new day today, and father has been busy in his studies since early morning. Mother took Gloria and Nathan to the shops. Your studies are done for today. The house is empty. You spot father's sword hanging by the yard door. He must have left it there by accident after a training session. You deliberate at first, then grab the sword with resolve and run outside. At least you have a chance to see it up close. It is a small sword used for dueling, heavy and devoid of any ornamentation. You recalled that it was made specifically for him. The weapon is difficult to handle. Its heft makes the palm of your hand shake. As you get used to it, you try your best to imitate father's feints. Your technique leaves much to be desired, but at least it's something. You imagine yourself fighting for the family's honor as the thin blade slices through the air. But you swing too far back. The blade nicks your shoulder and cuts through your shirt, staining the fabric crimson. The sword falls to the ground with a dull clang. You try to apply pressure to the wound to make it stop bleeding, but all you do is making the blood flow faster. Aren't you like 6? He's 6 years old. He just cut his shoulder. Yeah, 6. 6 years old. Huh. Interesting. Alex, what are you doing out here? The familiar voice hurts you more than the cut of the sword. Father walks up to you briskly. His rugged arm rips off a length of cloth and bandages your shoulder. He squats by your side and pulls you into an awkward embrace. My son, why did you have to take the sword? You know you're not supposed to hold it. This is no toy. It is a weapon that can take lives. I know how you feel. I used to yearn for my father's dueling sword back when I was a lad. One day, you might have a chance to earn the right to carry a weapon, but first, you must have patience. study, and become a noble. When that day comes, I will be proud to teach you myself. You rarely spend time with your father without someone else around. There is paternal love in his voice, so much that even the cut on your shoulder barely hurts now. You'll be glad to be convinced by what he says. But how far can you forget your dream? How can you abandon it just to earn father's approval? Is it right for him to ask so much of you? Agree with father? You promise never to touch his sword again. Ask father to teach you the basics. You muster all your courage and beg father to teach you how to hold the sword. Destiny, the fencing lesson. Personality, determination +1, willpower -10. But if you agree with father, you gain +5 willpower and you have +1 relations with Robert Brante. I don't think going into the negatives is good for that. Yeah, it looks like yeah, it does look like you can go into the negatives. Okay, you spend it on difficult choices. Oh, I see. That is unfortunate. I'm not going into the negatives on willpower. In fact, I need a little bit more. You take a deep breath and slowly and solemnly swear that you will never touch a sword again until you earn a nobleman's title. This promise is a difficult one for you to make. No more secret fights with an imaginary blade. No more battles with sticks. If you give your word, you must keep it. Father smiles at you warmly. It is one thing to make a promise and another thing to keep it, but I know you can do it, my son. You are on your way to becoming a man of your word. Let's go back inside now. He picks up the sword and leads you back into the house. You wash the blood from the cut and agree to keep this a secret from everyone. Then father asks you to come into his study with him. He tells you stories of his studies in the capital. He tells you about studying for the judgeship and the trials he had to face to be ennobled by the mantle. Father brings several toy soldiers from the house. He uses them to reenact the famous Battle of the Green River. The floor of the study becomes a battlefield. The books from his table turn into riverside hills. You try your best to remember his every word. Well, at least we're becoming close. Full of power. +5 willpower. Now we have 10. Who knows what we'll need to spend it on. Soon, grandfather leaves. Your elder brother Stefan goes with him. From that day on, father's hired teachers tend to you alone. They bore you with monotonous lectures on writing, counting, and the way of life in the blessed Archnean Empire. You often distract yourself from their studies, from their instruction, by playing with your younger brother Nathan. Your home grows quiet without your elder brother. Too quiet. Weeks later, your family receives a letter from Stefan. Grandfather has sent him to a boarding school for nobles. He is now studying hard in preparation for his service as a nobleman. Good fucking riddance. I hate that guy. The rules here are way too strict. You can't even sneeze without the teacher's permission. But I've been studying with my peers. I'm learning how to live as nobles in a noble society. We're also learning the art of swordplay. That's my favorite part. I don't care. Don't tell me. I don't care. Stop talking to me. Well, then again, I am reading your letters, so fucking it's on me, I guess. 1 second, let me take a sip. Okay. With Stefan now in boarding school, grandfather arrives once more, this time to live in your home. The only good thing is that he often has urgent business in Eterna, the capital of the empire, and has to travel there. One day you ask mother where he lived before. In Eterna, she says. but now his place is here. Each time grandfather returns, he gives the servants new orders. Your home is now always busy with repairs. The servants are redecorating grandfather's chambers, including his library and sitting room. Sometimes, father tries to gently talk him out of this. Why subject the house to constant reconstruction? Grandfather's answer is always the same. This home is mine, and I will live here as befits a man of the nobility. I see. Some days grandfather stays home, and on those days you try your best to stay out of his sight. There is no way you can avoid family breakfast. The food is there, but you cannot bring yourself to eat it. Mother's eyes are red and swollen. She has been crying all night again. Grandfather sits at the head of the table where nobody used to sit before. It's fucking rad. I hate that guy. Robert, it's high time your youngest sons underwent their sacraments. Sir Brante, please let them live free of the lot for a while longer. They are but... Shut your mouth. Robert, that wife of yours is impertinent enough to interrupt me. If that ever happens again, she'll be eating her gruel with the servants in the kitchen where she belongs. It is time you considered a real marriage, Robert. One to a woman of the proper station. Gloria drops her fork, right? Grandfather shoots her a scathing look. A tear rolls down Mother's cheek. Father does not look away from the plate, his hands clenched into a fist. Baroness Lodar is one such woman. She is a comely woman? A comely widow. And a fine match. She is suing for her inheritance right now and could use proper support and a husband. You can keep your lowborn Lydia around if you'd like. Servant, mistress, I don't care. I will not do that, Father. I am the head of the family, and the family's standing took a severe blow after you married that commoner. It is unthinkable. How could you give up the memory of beautiful Amalia Elborn for this lowly woman and that bastard child of hers? But now you have a chance to set things right. Don't disappoint me. Father nods curtly, trying not to look in Mother's direction. Father, I wish to see Stefan. If I find your conduct in the Baroness's presence satisfactory enough, then you may see him. She is coming for a visit tomorrow. Be prepared. Grandfather wipes his mouth with his napkin, throws it onto his plate, and leaves. Mother's lips move silently. Nobody says a word. Then Father stands up and orders you and the other children back to your rooms. He needs to speak to Mother in private. Father comes to your room before bedtime. He sits on the edge of the bed and adjusts a crease on the woolen blanket. He distances himself from you after Stefan's departure, so you are not used to such attention from him. In the candlelight, you can see his face in the dark. There's a sour expression on it. My son, Baroness Emma L. Lodar, will be visiting us tomorrow. Please be polite and treat her with respect. Nathan will do as you do. I want this dinner to be as immaculate as possible. Don't let me down. On the next day, Mother starts dressing you and Nathan for the coming dinner. You see red all around her eyes. She's been crying for a long time. It hurts just to look at her. Nathan starts whining quietly. You and Nathan are dressed in new doublets. Doublets, I think it's pronounced. Your tousled hair brushed into shape. Gloria is told to stay in her room. Father appears wearing his best suit. Mother is in a humble brown dress, looking pale. Grandfather has an uncharacteristically content look about him. You hear the sound of wheels and hooves against the cobbles in the yard, and a pair of dainty heels come come clacking. The antechamber is completely quiet and still, fearing grandfather's observant eye. The door opens. You see your guest, a beautiful, dark-haired woman in a dress of elegant deep blue. Father takes the hand of Lady Elodar and kisses it, showering her in compliments. Grandfather's face is beaming in her presence. No one even bothers to introduce Mother. Baroness, allow me to introduce you. Robert's sons, Alex and Nathan Brante. Frankly, it's his eldest Stefan who deserves the most attention, but currently he is studying in Eterna with other young noblemen like himself. It is my hope that his younger sons will also make me proud one day. What a fucking bastard. Oh. That sucks. That sucks so much. Oh man. Okay. Grandfather eyes you with a probing look. How will you act in front of the Baroness? Will you accept her here, next to your mother, your father's rightful wife? Alright, let's see what we got. Greet the Baroness politely. Reputation +1, unity -1. Lydia Brante -1. Robert Brante +1. Gregor Brante +1. Walk away with mother. Reputation -1. Perception +1. Robert Brante -1. Lydia Brante +1. Gregor Brante -1. Maintain your composure. Willpower -5. Huh. Let's see. Nah, I'm not gonna let them get away with that shit. Yeah, I don't fuck the reputation. It's just disrespectful. We're gonna walk away with mother. You turn your back on the Baroness and walk to mother. You walk upstairs to her room, hand in hand. Behind your back, stunned silence reigns in the antechamber. Serves them fucking right. Soon the two of you are alone. A burden falls from mother's shoulders. She embraces you. Together you wait until the dinner ends and the Baroness leaves. You didn't betray me. If only you could feel how grateful I am right now. The morning after, father leaves for Eterna with grandfather to visit Stefan. He returns from the capital in a quiet rage. You overhear your parents talking. Apparently, grandfather had already poisoned Stefan's mind against him, and he greeted father with cold hostility. The name of Baroness Elodar is never mentioned in the house again. It is what it is. Fucking kill yourself. I don't care. Gregor Bronte. Tarnished honor. Reputation is at a 2. Tisk. Perception is a +1 though. Inquisitive. Alright, what have we now? The Ant Farm. This event is a consequence of your previous action. The Ant Farm. Conditions met. Perception greater than 4. Sweet. Give me just 1 second. It's gonna go off. Sorry. Sorry. Give me but a moment. I'm still here. I'm not even. Yeah. Sorry. Just give me 1 second. All right. Here we go. All right. Okay. Your younger brother Nathan is growing. Mother spends more time with the rest of the family now. You help her and play with your brother and take care of him when she asks. You often go to Mother's room to sit at the foot of her bed after Nathan falls asleep. She reads you the sacred books and asks you about the things you learned that day. During these moments, you see the world through her eyes as well. One day, the door to your room opens and she brings in a large box covered with pieces of cloth. It is rare for you to see her so overjoyed. She sets the box on the floor and removes the cloth. The box under the cloth is made of glass and has a wooden base. Inside, you see a layer of earth shaped into carefully crafted passages. These passages are full of hard-working ants. Alex, this is my gift to you, an ant farm. It's a little world in a small box. You can watch them through the glass. Look, this is the queen ant. She is the reason all these little ants were born. You sit by the box together. You hold your breath as you watch the ant colony at work. There turns out to be a method to the ants' chaotic movements. Every single one of them has a task to perform. Some of them have larger mandibles. They are the protectors of the colony. They can draw blood from your finger. Others work all around the colony, repairing the walls and clearing any debris from the passages. There are also workers who collect food you put in a special tray, leaves, bits of meat, maggots, and bring it to the rest of the colony. You take a worker ant and put it right next to the food. However, the insect has no interest in it. It starts circling around the tray aimlessly. Mother takes the stray ant and puts it back where it belongs. Why did you do that, my son? The ants cannot do what they aren't born to do. Each of them are born for their own job. You shake your head slowly. If only the ants could do whatever you wanted them to do. This is your gift now, so they belong to you. Or maybe Mother's presence is the reason they won't obey you. Willpower +5, +1 relation with Lydia. Or I go with my destiny. The unity goes down. Perception goes up, though. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know. But I had to give up on the last destiny, the fencing lesson. Which sucks. I kinda don't want to give up this one. They seem to be opposing. One being with father and one being with mother. I think I'm going to... Oh yeah, I didn't read the choices. Keep playing with mother. Willpower -5. But relations with Lydia Brante +1. Right now it's 3. We're pretty close. I feel like we will have other opportunities to increase our relation with Lydia. Play by yourself. You gain the destiny insight. Family unity is reduced by 1. And perception is increased by 1. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take the perception. Yeah, I'm gonna play it by myself. You move away from Mother and pull the glass box towards yourself. She looks at you in surprise, but she gave it to you. It'll be easier to learn about the ants on your own. Mother sighs and stands back up. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Very well, I understand. You want to find your own answers. Growing up so quickly, my son. I'm so sorry. Why did they give me stats? Why? Ugh. The door creaks quietly as it closes. You are left to your own devices. You spend a long time watching the ants at work, and then you decide to go outside and feed them some bugs and find them some bugs to feed on. Once your haul is in the tray, you note which bugs they drag away and which they leave untouched. Day after day, you keep the tray full of food, provide the insects with plenty of water, and remove dead ants from the farm. Your tiny subjects still refuse to change their peculiar ways. It is just as Mother said. The ant farm is exactly like the world we live in. The ants will never know that you are there. 7 to 9 is peace? Holy shit. Well, okay. Perception, inquisitive. Cool. Revelation. Insight event has appeared. You experience an insight when Mother tells you about the ways of the world and the lots of its inhabitants. Oh, thank you. We are now 7 years old. In year 1125. Sorry, I'm just getting a little more comfortable. You can hear that. I got a new chair recently, by the way. It's very nice. It doesn't creak as much as the other one. It doesn't creak at all unless I like fucking abuse it, which is great. Very good. Why is that doing that? Sorry. So I already missed out on fencing lesson. The only thing left is no woman's sacrament. Oh no. I'll figure it out. Father now checks on your studies often and nitpicks you for sitting or eating or speaking in an incorrect fashion. Once he becomes so annoyed, he says that he wishes Stefan had been the one to stay home instead of you. You never expected to hear these words from your father of all people. Yeah, go fuck yourself. No. No, you're a fucking terrible person. That's horrible. Tell me you apologized. Grandfather's trip to the capital took longer than expected. It feels lighter around the house without his presence. You allow yourself a little change of scenery. Instead of your room, you now busy yourself with reading and calculations in the sitting room across from the open door to yard. Gloria has joined you today. She has already helped you progress through several complex passages in the book. Right now, she seems preoccupied with a strange tube. Aren't you hurt by the way Grandfather treats you, you ask? Gloria just shrugs. Grandfather always says they should get rid of me. I'm used to it now. It hurts you a lot worse because you're closer to him. I just have to stay out of his way. That's it. She shows you the strange tube she has been holding all day. Look, it's a kaleidoscope. I got it as a gift. Want to see inside? Excited by the idea, you close the book and peer into the tiny hole on one end of the tube. Your eye sees a multitude of intricate patterns. Each turn of the tube reveals a new web of interwoven colors. They mesmerize you. The kaleidoscope turns the fire burning in the fireplace into a cavalry made of flames. You are riding at the front of the fiery horseman, ready to face the enemy. Grandfather's face emerges from the intersecting lines and you swing the kaleidoscope like a sword, cutting it in half. Now you look at the blue sky through the window. The patterns are unending, secretive and calm, peaceful, just like Father's smile before Grandfather's invasion. I love it. The deep blue gives way to a scattering of gold radiating gentle warmth, like Mother's arms. This fleeting beauty too soon gives way to a hypnotic new pattern. Again and again, you see your family in these interconnecting figures as they come together and break apart. And in the middle of this golden glow, you see Gloria's green eyes, gazing at you observantly. Your sister left you long ago. The books are abandoned, time sits away unchecked, but you are still busy peering into the kaleidoscope. Order emerges from the chaos before your eyes again and again, but you cannot preserve it, no matter how you try. You are caught in an inner conflict. There's so much that can be done with this kaleidoscope. Should you take it apart? Or ask Gloria how it works? Or keep enjoying the pattern it shows you? But you still have lessons to do today. Ooh. So, I could take the kaleidoscope apart. Start taking the toy apart to learn the secrets of the never-ending patterns. Perception +1, willpower -5. Keep looking through the kaleidoscope. You keep playing with the kaleidoscope as visions of warriors bathed in glory reveal themselves before you. Return to your studies. You choose to finish your studies first and share the discoveries with Gloria later. Determination +1, willpower -5. I'm just gonna take the willpower. Oh no. Having low willpower when I know that I spend it is a little, I don't know. I just think I have enough stats. Like, everything is pretty high. Tradition is actually kind of low. There's only one off. Never mind. This is just an illusionary graph. Oh no. I think I'll just take the willpower. Who knows when I'll have to ruin myself. You continue peering into the ever-changing patterns the kaleidoscope offers you. You become truly interesting when you point it at the shining pillar gleaming in the sky. In your mind's eye, one battle follows another, filling your ears with clanging steel and the neighing of horses. You're leading the Imperial Army now. Everyone is so proud of you. Grandfather says you are better than Stefan, and Father's stern voice cuts your daydream short. You lost all track of time. It is evening now. How did you get your hands on this toy, Alex? Why aren't you studying? Give it to me. You'll have double the lessons tomorrow. Alright, shit, if I knew that was gonna happen, I wouldn't fucking do it. I mean, it doesn't matter because it didn't ruin our relationship with him, but whatever. Grandfather's visits are no longer a cause for fear and panic in the house. He has become something you are used to, something nagging, not yet unordinary, like a splinter or a stain on your trousers. The tension still remains. However, Sir Gregor's disdain for everyone in the house is so palpable, it almost stings for real. Your lessons with the tutor are done for today. You are walking down the stairs when you spot Gloria peeping into the sitting room through a slightly open door. You sneak up on your sister and tap her lightly on the shoulder. She is startled. Oh, it's you, Alex. Look, Sir Gregor's eating something. Grandfather is sitting on the stove, flipping through a book with one hand and reaching for a glass bowl with another now and then. Inside the bowl, you see candied fruit. A sweet confectionery forbidden to the common estate, like all sweet things. Yet Grandfather's face shows no pleasure as he keeps consuming the highborn treats. Candied fruit, like a candied apple or something? Not sure. The clock strikes 3. Grandfather rises from his seat, puts away the bowl on a shelf, and leaves for the yard. He always takes a walk in the city at this time. Gloria nudges you with her elbow and looks at the candy bowl when you look at her. The first emotion you feel is fear, but next comes curiosity, and it is stronger. Stefan used to boast that candied fruit tastes incredible, and now you have the perfect opportunity to try it. Kill me? You try a candied fruit first. The sugar starts to melt as soon as you put it on your tongue. It is so sweet. You have never eaten anything as good as this. You take the whole bowl off the shelf and give it to your sister. She takes a fruit and brings it to her mouth, carefully, like a rare treasure. There's a thumping on the stairs, footsteps accompanied by the knocking of a walking stick. You have no idea why, but grandfather is back. You quickly hide behind the sofa and pull Gloria after you, but she is frozen in place with the bowl in her hands. The door opens. Grandfather's menacing figure advances on Gloria. His hand seizes her arm. You squalid, ungrateful, low-born child. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? You and your trollop of a mother would be sleeping in a ditch if it weren't for my spineless son. The sweet and pleasant things in life are for the noble estate, not for the likes of you. Did you forget your lot? Wow. I'm going to fucking kill you. Her hand swings and hits Gloria on the cheek. She falls to the floor right to where you are hidden. Her fingers glisten with the warm melted sugar that brought you here. Grandfather advances again, his walking stick ready. But then he sees you huddling behind the armchair. Please don't hurt him, Sir Brante. This is all my fault. He tried to stop me. You can already see a bruise on Gloria's cheek. This is only the beginning of her punishment. Gloria was caught red-handed, unlike you. You can still avoid your punishment. What is it then, milksop? Did you try the sugar too? Or were you trying to stop this piece of filth like she says? Tell the truth. If my willpower is greater than 0. Perception +1, willpower -5. Gregor Brante +1. I don't fucking like you. You could kill yourself. Lie. Hold on first. Tell your truth. You tell the truth. You did eat the candied fruit with your sister. You gain a relationship with Gregor, but you lose willpower and you gain perception. Alright. Lie. You convince grandfather that you were trying to stop Gloria. Willpower +5. Gloria -1. Literally never happening. I'm sorry. Gloria's too cool. Mock grandfather along with your sister. You start mocking grandfather, convinced that Gloria will join you. Determination +1. Gloria +1. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna mock him. I don't die from it, so a dub's a dub. You jump up and try to shield Gloria. Then you start boasting right in his face. Yes, you did eat the sugary treat, and it was very much the opposite of sweet. Good thing Gloria did not have time to eat hers, or it would have disappointed her too. Gloria catches on in a moment. Yeah, sugary treats are for fat noble kids, but they're gross to us. We're just commoners. You continue her train of thought. Why? You simply got curious about after Stefan started boasting about it. He told us these treats are so good you could eat them forever, but no, your elder brother lied. They're simply unbearable. But then again, what else would you expect from grandfather's darling Stefan? Grandfather's face is red with rage. He strikes you both with his walking stick, blow for blow. You dare mock me? I will not let this stand. Know your place, you foul lowborn scum. A dub's a dub, fellas. He keeps hitting you until he grows tired, and then he leaves you where you are, muttering in impotent rage. Soon enough, Mother comes in to find the two of you on the floor, too afraid to move. She shakes her head in disappointment. You are badly hurt and covered in bruises, yet she still forces you to kneel and recite the precepts on the lot and how important it is to follow them. Gloria's face is bruised and swollen, but she still gives you a weak smile. We got him so riled up. Two commoners made a honorable noble feel helpless. Makes all the pain worth it, isn't it right, brother? Your entire body hurts from the heavy blows, but deep inside you are ecstatic. You stood up to grandfather today. It is a victory you will remember for the rest of your life. All right, Gloria's pretty cool. Yeah, I think Gloria's my favorite character now. Jesus Christ, he's gonna fucking kill me. He's going to kill me. Determination +1. It's now at a 5. Ooh. I don't think I've had any opportunity to lose stats yet. Wow, that was loud. Father and mother had been focused on Nathan and you since early morning. Instead of breakfast, you are told to say your prayers, wash your hands and faces, and get dressed in plain white shirts. Today is the day of your sacrament. Mother, I want to go play in the yard. No playing today. You and Alex are big boys now. It is time for both of you to have your first sacrament. No one can live without a lot. I mean, I've been doing an excellent job so far. I don't think that, like, I care about the lots. It's, kind of sucks. I keep it real with you. Keep it absolutely real with you. I don't want a lot. Be quiet and listen. You are born commoners, so you must accept a lowborn lot before the twins. When you grow up, you will get a chance to earn a noble lot. Father and mother take you to the carriage. Nathan is hungry. He starts whining. Grandfather's the last to get in the carriage. His eyes are on you and your brother, looking for every fault. Soon the carriage is moving along the streets of Anazote? Slowly and solemnly. One more turn, and you see the colossal white building marked by 2 massive pillars. For the first time in your life, you are to enter the Church of the Twin Gods. You enter the gate and walk under the splendorous dome of the church. The church hall is divided into 2 halves. They are drastically different from one another. The floor on one side is rough and jagged and covered in dried brown spots, while the floor on the other side is made of smooth marble. The commoners kneel on the jagged floor. The well-dressed nobles and their families sit on the pews. This is fucked. Yeah, that's fucked. Father and grandfather leave you to sit on one of the nobles' pews. Mother walks to the rough stone on the commoner's side and gets down on her knees. You see her wince in pain, for the lowborn estate shall suffer in the house of the faith. The church acolytes surround you and lead you to the altar, where you and the other children will take your sacrament this day. Before you stands a tall priest dressed in black, and a sword in one hand and a hefty whip in the other. Nathan's whining grows louder. He dislikes this place. He is scared. You remain quiet, but your stomach rolls in uneasy anticipation. The first child to take the sacrament is a jaunty little boy from a family of nobles. The priest extends the sword. Wait. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I just need to... Sorry. Alright. Okay. So, where are we? Alright, the priest extends the sword before him and recites the words of his lot. From this day forth, he will fight and rule and pursue the arts. His mind now forever free from the throes of suffering, for he now belongs to the noble lot. The boy proudly touches the flat of the blade with his lips. Nathan is next to receive the sacrament. He suddenly snaps out of his fearful trance and tries to break free, but the acolyte pulls him towards the altar and throws him on the jagged floor on the lowborn side. The sharp edges bite into Nathan's knees as he lands, spraying drops of red around him. I don't wanna, Alex, so why do they wanna whip me? What did I do? You try to break free and run to Nathan's side. You want to give him courage and protect him, but the acolyte's grip on you is too firm. You feel utterly helpless. Your little brother has to face the world all by himself. The priest starts reciting the words of the lot as he swings the lash over Nathan's shoulders. From this day forth, Nathan, you shall endure and work and suffer Thou shalt be ardent in thy labor and humble in obedience to thy rulers. And now cometh thy first true suffering, which thou must accept with gratitude. This fucking sucks. Fucking sucks. Not a big fan. The lash cracks. It strikes his right shoulder. It strikes his left shoulder. The blows are so powerful that Nathan falls to the floor. The priest tells him to rise. He has received his lot. Nathan gets on his feet and drags himself towards Mother, his knees torn and bloodied, his spirit broken. It is your turn. Your feet will not move. You can barely muster enough strength to walk to the altar. You get down on your knees and feel the sharp stones below. So sharp your clothes cannot protect you. Your skin begins to burn. The acolyte forces your head down and you feel the lash being drawn above you, ready to strike. This priest's words are for you now. This is thy sacrament. Thou shalt work and endure and suffer. Thou art about to receive thy first true suffering by the sacred lash. Dost thou accept thy lot? Do I accept it? Determination -1, perception +1. Raise your head. Willpower +5. On that, wait. Accept your lot. You humbly accept the commoner's lot. Raise your head. You raise your head defiantly and stand up. Catch the lash. Determination +1, perception -5. You catch the lash before it strikes your shoulders. Kiss the sword. Nobleman's sacrament. Determination +1, perception -1, willpower -10. Gregor Brante +1. I can't bring myself to do anything that makes Gregor like me. I'm sorry, but that shit's not gonna fly. I hate that guy so much. Yeah, I'm gonna... How do I do? I mean, I have 20 willpower. I don't think I need more willpower. Do I want perception? But then I would have to accept the commoner's lot. Yeah, nah, fuck that. I'm gonna catch the lash. The lash strikes, but your hand flies up and intercepts it before it can reach your shoulder. The leather whip leaves a deep cut in the palm of your hand. Blood starts dripping down your arm, soaking your humble shirt with red. The furious priest yanks the lash out of your hand. The acolytes grab you by your arms again. You will not be given a second chance to interrupt the sacrament. The lash cracks, hits you on the right shoulder. You grit your teeth. Your back barely hurts at all. The real pain comes from the cut on your hand. The lash strikes again, this time on your left shoulder. You rise and walk away from the altar, swaying. You see things with surprising clarity right now. A timid hand touches yours. It is Nathan. His tearful face is a mixture of confusion and awe. Mother takes your hand and leads you out of the church. Once you are outside, she scolds you for being insubordinate. Grandfather is the last to leave his church. His face is covered in red, angry blotches. There is a quiet fury in his voice as he says something to Father, who remains quiet and miserable as you walk to the carriage. You defied a powerful will that day. There is fear inside of you. You fear that this will might one day destroy you. No, nah. It is absolutely imperative. It is absolutely imperative that I walk on the tightrope between noblehood and commoners. Fuck that. I refuse. But holy shit. Determination at +6. Jesus. Oh, let's go. The sacrament. You have taken your first sacrament and received the commoner's lot. Oh, it is what it is. Juvenile. Oops. The mark left on you by the sacrament takes a long, long time to heal. Mother says it's a reminder of your lot, suffering and sufferance, pain and patience. Gloria assures you the mark of the lash on her shoulder one day, it will never disappear. Wow, that's horrible. You are a commoner now. This is the lot you were born into. Your father keeps telling you to study hard so you may yet earn a different lot and become noble of the mantle. You recall the past with warm sadness when Stefan still lived with you, or when he wrote to you for a time shortly after he left. Now he thinks it beneath him to write to the commoners in his family. Mother didn't lock herself in the bedroom as often back then. It's changed shortly before Nathan was born. Most importantly, you missed the time before the terrifying figure of your grandfather was constantly looming over you. You learned the true power of the lot only after the head of the family's after the head of the family's arrival. In grandfather's eyes, no commoner deserves to be treated with kindness. Is it just him? Or is it this way, is it the way of the entire world? The very thought makes you queasy. You are older now, and what's more, you are an elder brother now. You've learned how to care about someone else, how to teach and protect. Soon, you are a small boy no longer. As the days pass, play gradually gives way to laborious studies. Now your choices will decide your place in the bizarre and ruthless world of adulthood. Your childhood years are over. Well, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. My room is kind of like a biome right now. Yeah, I put too many things together to make it as comfortable as possible to be reading for long times, including this humidifier next to me, but I think it might be turned up a little too high because my throat is getting a little blocked. I don't know. I'll turn it down a little. Give me 1 sec. Let me just reach over. There we go. Determination at 6. Perception at 4. Okay, wait, hold on. Personal qualities you have accumulated in childhood. They will convert into adult qualities at the end of Chapter 2, Adolescence? So my determination and perception are going to be changed into something else? I mean, I guess. Whatever. It is what it is or something. Alright, whatever. Willpower 20. I have died once. Into chapter 2. Adolescence.
I was growing up fast. The school, the streets, and the whole wide world awaited me beyond the gate of my parents' house.
Oh. Okay. It's adolescence time. 2 things just opened up. What are these? Chapter 2, Adolescence. You lived in this world for 8 years now. As you grow older, life grows more complex. The world of your childhood was limited to your house and family, but now that realm is expanding. It also includes your neighborhood, the nearby houses, the streets of the ancient city of Anazote. The question now looms over you, growing more pressing with each passing year. What will your place be in this vast outside world? Few people in the blessed Archnean Empire trouble themselves with this question. It is not within a man or woman's power to choose. Your destiny is predetermined by their birth and those who bore them. And yet, your peculiar birth has granted you a choice. Your father is a man of nobility, a noble example, a worthy example in matters of duty and honor. Your mother is a commoner of lowly estate, humility and patience made flesh. And your sky is ablaze day and night with the light of the shining pillar, the beacon of the clergy. Your back bears the mark of the lash. Will you accept the drudgery and suffering that is the lot of the lowborn for your entire life? Or will you follow in the footsteps of your father and your father's father and fight for the right to serve the empire as a noble of the mantle? Perhaps you will follow the twin gods' word and offer spiritual guidance to others? The answer lies out there in the vast, terrifying world. What awaits you beyond the walls of your home? I see. Two things did open up. I gotta see. Map of the Empire. I see. Wait, we're not even in Archnia? Wait, what? We don't even live in Archnia? Are you serious? Okay. We apparently live in Magra. Huh. Huge. Alright, whatever. What else we got? The province. What the hell? What is all this? The overseer. Oh, the Archduke of Magra is Archduke Milanides, sorry. Known for being obstinate and despotic, notorious even among the Archnians. Patriarch and founder of the new faith. Patriarch Photis. He was the first to defy the lots established in the teaching of Isachius. He encouraged people to find the twin gods within and says that everyone is equal in the twins' eyes. I like this guy. It's pretty cool. Okay. Seems like the overseers are in power right now. And the church is still following the old faith. Wealth of Magra is security. We're apparently fine. We're very average. And there is peace. Okay. Cool. Alright, we're in chapter 2. Holy shit. You experience your first romantic feelings. Meet a girl. Sophia saved? Oh. Spoilers, what the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, I can't read these anymore. I literally can't read these anymore. Holy shit, I can't read any of those. There's literally just all spoilers for the fucking the chapter. The world grows the neighborhood, the houses nearby, the streets of the ancient city of Anazote. Will you accept the suffering that is the lot of the lowborn for your entire life, or will you follow your father and fight for the right to become a noble? Or is your path a spiritual one? What awaits you beyond the walls of your home? I can't read any of those. I can't read any of those, or else. Your personal qualities at this age, they determine which choices you may take. Nobility, ingenuity, and spirituality. What? Oh. Oh, each chapter you get a different set of skills that you have to put together. Okay. But willpower carries over. I think it was good to just stack up on willpower. The relations screen is... well, relations. Oh, like meeting the girl. Okay. Or like having friends or something. Province screen and stuff like that. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. I hope my stuff is fine. Oh no. I have too many screens that are too big. Why was that screen just blank? What was up with that? The family expects more of you as you grow up. The teachers and tutors hired by your father keep you on your toes all the time. Your life these days is dedicated to studying for your future, for the future of the Brante family. Give me 1 second while I take a sip. Oh, by the way, I'm drinking wine, plum wine specifically. I picked up this bottle. Well, I had someone pick up this bottle from Japan when they went. It's a very nice one. I can't really read it. I'm sorry. I didn't translate it prior. Nor would I have been able to because it's all kanji. But it's a good brand, I think. I wouldn't have anything to compare it against, so sorry. The family expects more and more of you as you grow up. The teachers and tutors hired by your father keep you on your toes all the time. Your life these days is dedicated to studying for your future, for the future of the Bronte family. The boy down the street. Huh. Your younger brother Nathan keeps growing up too. He can hold a conversation now. You never refuse him when he comes to play, provided you have a bit of free time between your demanding lessons. It is a rainy day today. Mother and father have gone to a ball, and they left Nathan in your care. You lose track of time over the books in the sitting room, and Nathan goes off alone to splash in the creek. Soon you hear his voice begging you to come outside. He is on the porch sobbing, all covered in dirt. You walk up to him as he continues to bawl. Holy shit, Nathan's fucking bawling. It's all that kid. He pushed me into the ditch and called me names. He said I was a fancy pants fool. I said I'll call my brother. He's still there. You have to go punish him, Alex. What? You're a fucking brat. How old are you? You fucking did you really just like involve me in your fight? Holy shit. I don't think I like Nathan anymore. Nathan points at a lopsided wooden house further down the street where the poorer artisans live. You see two boys lingering there on the porch. They are clearly both commoners, but far from poor. One of them is almost as tall as Nathan, and he frowns in a funny way, just like him. The other looks older, almost your age, but he has more broad-shouldered and taller. His name is Thomas. You've heard it before. There, Alex, that's him. Nathan points at the younger brother and hides behind your back. Thomas grins and rolls up his sleeve to reveal strong forearms. He must have been helping his father with manual labor for quite some time. I fucking hate Nathan, yeah, I fucking hate Nathan. Why would you do this to me? Listen up, rich boys. We don't give a damn about you or your friendship. Don't let nobody call our home a stinking rat hole. Your little brother earned this ditch dive. Wait a second. Did Nathan just... Nah, we gotta figure this out. Maybe next time he'll dress normal and stop picking fights with people who can throw him in the mud. Your hands clutch into fists before you react. Nathan called them names first. No wonder they did the same. That's how it goes, but pushing your brother into the ditch is too much. Thomas stands tall and confident. He sees no threat in you. You are about to get ready for a fight when you feel a tug on your sleeve. You turn your head to see Nathan, the one who started this whole mess. Alright, what we got? Come at Thomas and give him a beating. You simply have to teach that jerk a lesson. Nobility +1, Thomas +1. Does he like getting beaten up or something? What's up with that? Say your brother is to blame. He did call them names first. Ingenuity +1, Thomas +1. So regardless, it goes up. It literally, regardless, it goes up. It just matters what's. Resolve the matter peacefully. You do your best to reason with Thomas and avoid a fight. Spirituality +1, Thomas Guerrero +1. So regardless, Thomas Guerrero goes up. And I can't really do Unity because I fucking hate Nathan or something. Wow, but willpower was gonna go up by 10. Holy shit. I mean, my brother is a fucking asshole for one, calling him names, and two, involving me in his fight, knowing that his ass was like jacked out of his mind. I think I'm gonna say that he's to blame. Fucking rat. Deserved. Like, that's absolutely deserved. It takes you a moment to compose yourself and quell your rage. Your brother has put you on the spot. He couldn't bring himself to apologize, and now you have to settle this for him. And how are you supposed to do that, pray tell? If you had done this, grandfather would have had you flogged, and father would have scolded you and given you the cold shoulder for days afterward. You frown and ask Nathan to come closer. You addressed Nathan sternly. He told you these boys were to blame, but he was the one who called them names first. So how is this their fault? It serves him right. Next time you should watch your mouth. Your election sounds a lot like father. You think your triad came out well enough. Tirade came out well enough. Nathan pouts, looks away, and furrows his brow. Still he nods. Thomas slowly shakes his head in disapproval. Then he bursts out laughing. To him, this is actually hilarious. Well, would you look at that? You're alright, little nobleman. Are you gonna push him into a ditch yourself now? No, that's fucking mean. Don't do that shit. His words turn your seemingly perfect solution into a repulsive absurdity. Blood rushes to your face. You step closer to Thomas and shove him hard. He jumps back, surprised by your assault. It takes him a moment to compose himself, but now he's ready. His fists cover his face, and he attacks you with a quick jab. Now it's your turn to take a step backwards. Thomas does not resort to fancy moves, dirty tricks, or stupid taunts. He displays nothing but skill earned in many a street fight, and his heavy fists aim for your head. You keep dodging him again and again, trying to reach him. He takes a couple of glancing blows, but easily shakes them off. What a bruiser. What a bruiser. You start swinging your fists with greater and greater fury. So it didn't really fucking matter anyways. We're still gonna fight. Your heart is pounding like a hammer. You see nothing but the foe in front of you. How much longer will this take? You're worn out, your breath grows ragged, and your muscles grow heavy. But there is no way you can give up now. Nathan is watching you. I don't give a fuck about Nathan. I'm about to win this fight. Desperate and out of options, you swing and punch Thomas square in the nose, then immediately let his fist smack you in the temple. The blow rings through your head like a bell and blinds you for a moment. The world swims before your eyes. You clutch at your head to get your bearings. Thomas is standing in front of you, blood dripping from his nose. You no longer want to fight it out, and it seems your opponent would rather end it too. But you keep standing there, eyeing each other angrily. And suddenly you hear an angry shout right next to you. An enraged man in a craftsman's apron is shaking his fists. Thomas's face contorts to terror right away. It's my father, run! The punishment for fighting is flogging, and the mere prospect of that makes you run like the wind. Thomas sprints in front of you. You dash across the rotten wooden planks of the back alley, up and over a lopsided fence against a giant puddle in one leap, and then forward into the tall grass. You hide there and stay quiet. You hear no sounds of pursuit. You exchange glances with Thomas and start laughing. His laughter is loud and infectious, but soon he cuts it short and grows sadder. I'm gonna get flogged anyways. My dad's always quick to give me a beating, and then he'll start nagging me about the lots and the prayers for days like he always does. Why do I always get myself mixed up in this stuff? But fighting's the only way to prove you're worth anything, right? The adults don't see you fighting. You tell them. So, all you have to do now is convince them you weren't. Nosebleeds happen, right? Mother gets nosebleeds all the time. Well, we could try it. Let's hope our little brothers don't tell on us. I'll talk to mine. There's a scratch on your head. Don't let them see it. Good thing I didn't hit you in the face. There. Good as new. Assure him that Nathan will never tell. In return, he'll make sure he behaves himself so he won't get tossed into a ditch again. With that, you shake hands with Thomas. His handshake is as strong as you would expect based on his fists. You make your way out of the tall grass. You need to leave before Thomas's father goes to your family and complains about you breaking your law. You come to the realization on your way back. You had no idea the place where you were hiding even exists, and it wasn't too far from home. Thomas smiles in excitement when he hears this. Oh, I know lots of places like that. I'll tell you what, if we get out of this mess today, I'll show you a way to the old wall. The perfect place to build forts. I dragged a bunch of wooden planks there. Too bad it's no fun to build all alone. My brother never helps. He just gets in the way. You emerge from the muddy back alleys, united by a secret only the two of you know. It seems you've made a friend today. Yeah, this guy's fucking cool. Cool as hell. Sorry, all this reading. But I'm far better now than I was on Sunday. Because, I was exhausted. But now I'm pretty alert. Cool. I feel like it was gonna go down the same way regardless of what I chose. Yeah, no matter what, we probably would have fought it out. And I mean, all of the options had a +1, so I assume that regardless of what happened, we would have had the same thing going on. Uh-oh. Okay. Met Thomas. You've made a friend, a boy named Thomas. They're gonna show up under relations. Year 1127. I am 9 years old now. Yeah, you go, buddy. You go. Riders on the road. It's always so loud. I don't know. The disparity between sound. Who the fuck is Sophia? Your neighbor, a humble girl. What the fuck? She's literally not even here. Childhood friend? We just met him. Okay, I don't know. It is blisteringly hot today, even for the sun parched land of Margra. As soon as you are done with your studies, you dash outdoors and out of the stuffy room. You and Thomas roll up your shirt sleeves, but it barely helps. You would gladly go shirtless had you only been in the company of other boys. What the fuck? Can you fucking read? Alright, sorry. But there are 3 girls in the yard today. They are doing laundry in a big wash tub, whispering and giggling. If you could, you would gladly keep watching one of them at work. Oh, I see. She had big eyes of deep blue. Her dark hair is braided and her plain gray dress is mended and patched all over. Her name is Sophia. She throws her head back a little when she laughs, the rays of the sun reflecting in her eyes. You, Thomas, and the other boys keep telling silly stories. Anything to make her laugh. I see. You sure love telling tales, Alex. Oh, I remember this one time. But then Sophia hears a voice calling her home. She nods to you and runs across the street, smiling. Her light steps carry her forward, but her eyes are looking elsewhere. But then a stone on the road catches her foot. She stumbles and falls flat into the dust. And she's clumsy. She's literally the perfect girl. I would expect nothing less from my Alex Brante. Jesus. The streets church. Oh, this is slightly less cute. This is slightly less cute. Okay. The street starts shaking from the thundering of hooves. Riders appear on the road from around the corner. They bear a coat of arms you recognize right away. A sable serpent blade upon a field of vert. It symbolizes the Millennitis dynasty. This family of your Providence's Archduke. The horses dash forward. A lost wooden toy on the road cracks under their hooves. They will not slow down. They are the nobles, and the rest must make way for them. Sophia is in the way. Just now, starting to get back on her feet. Her mother's crying for her desperately from behind the fence door. You freeze in terror. The riders surely see the girl. Are they going to stop? Or are they going to trample her? In only a few moments, the beautiful girl would be toppled, trampled, and crushed. Shield Sophia from the horses. No. I fucking die! You rush into the road, blinded by hope, determined to stop the riders. Sophia will be saved. Nobility will go up by 1, ingenuity up by 1, spirituality up by 1, so everything goes up by 1. Willpower goes down by 5, and I fucking straight up die. But Sophia will like me. Oh, that's a destiny. Sophia will be saved. I don't know, what exactly are destinies? It doesn't say. Whatever. Nothing I can do about that. Or I stay where I am. You stay where you are, lest you get trampled too. Sophia dies her first death. Do we simp? Do we? I don't know. That's like second death. And I am in chapter 2. I don't know. During my childhood, I only had one opportunity to die, and I fucking died. I don't know. If I have 4 chances to just straight up die, well, I have 3 chances to die, and then the last death is just death. So I have 4 lives. I think I'm going to regret it if I just let her die. I'm going to shield her. Yeah, I'm going to shield her. You throw yourself blindly into the road, swinging your arms wildly. Dazed by the sound of the thundering hooves, you can see nothing in the dust. For a brief moment, the horses slow down, just long enough for Sophia to get back on her feet and flee to the roadside. But then the riders dig their spurs in. Deliberate attempt on my life. And by attempt, I mean they fucking kill me. Christ. Dozens of hooves knock you off your feet and roll across your body. Your bones crack, break, and crumble. Your ears are ripped apart by the thundering rhythm of the ride. Your innards are pulverized. The last thing you remember is the sound of your own skull caving in. I don't think having 3 lives is a good thing anymore. This sucks. Impenetrable darkness surrounds you. You stand alone, bare to your very essence. It paralyzes you. You have an urge to cover yourself, to hide. No one should see you so vulnerable. But you cannot conceal the truth in this place. You are bathed in an unbearably bright light. It has no hint of warmth in it. It is blinding. It leaves no shadows in the entire world. It is the light of the shining pillar itself. In the radiance, you can clearly see all your thoughts and doubts, your errors and transgressions, the contradictions that have permeated you since birth. They cover you from head to toe, like rough gray tatters. But they melt away in this light. You are naked. You feel liberated and whole. It is as though all the wounds and cracks in your soul have been healed, making it the way it should be. It is as though the scales have fallen from your eyes. You see the true shapes of things now. These are the laws by which the world abides, the grand design that moves life itself. You thread a path that is barely visible in the blinding light, giving shape to everything. In this light, you see the infinite complexity of the world, from the tiniest leaf to the enormity of the empire. And this world maintains its balance by virtue of the law that was embedded in it during the act of creation. Sorry. Ahead of you, two figures are waiting on the path. They are gigantic, many times taller than a man. The elder holds a lash, the younger a sword. The younger gazes at you sternly, coldly. You kneel before him and lower your head. The god raises his sword above you. This is divine retribution. There is no law without it, nor can there be. Every action has consequences. This is what shapes the world, making its very existence possible. In this moment, beneath the gaze of the merciless god, you comprehend the law that binds the entire world together. Which manifestation of the law will you live by? I don't know. Empire. It is not the ultimate manifestation of the law. Is this not the ultimate manifestation of the law? The great and incredibly sophisticated model of existence for all people? Lot, your destiny is your own manifestation of the divine law. Family. Is it the law that has been with you since the day you were born? Your family is a model of the world, a tiny universe, and it belongs to you just as you belong to it. Cause, your life's work shapes the world, and thus you influence the great law itself. Yourself, you are an embodiment of the law. You have been made in accordance with the divine design. You defy the designs of the gods and law that binds it together. Yeah. Yeah, this is hard. Yeah. I think I'm gonna defy the gods. Yeah. I mean, I do want to, like, get rid of the lots, so fuck it. Oh, fuck it. The blade flashes. The younger sword slices through the air above you. You do not yet deserve your final punishment. The law demands that you continue your life. Your form has not been completely destroyed, nor has that of the world. The younger extends his gigantic hand and shows you the way. You must proceed. The light leads you to the top of the crown of the silver tree. Spread wide in the white gleam. The branches are close now. It is time to descend. You are drawn downward into darkness. The shadows that had disappeared in the blinding glow creep around you and envelop you. This is to be expected, but the purity and clarity of spirit are still with you. Something is forcing your throat open. Air. It scratches you on the inside. Your soul is filled with struggle again, with the contradictions from which the fabric of this world and you yourself are woven. The divine light that gives you clarity is fading away with each passing moment. You have to open your eyes. Above you is the dark ceiling of the crypt. You are reborn. Then you can feel again. You sense your body, head, arms, and legs. The light fades around you, obedient before a will that is stronger than you. You return to the world. Such is the law of the twins. You will return to the world until the time of your true death. And in this world, you will have a body with which to feel pain and suffering and pleasure. You smell a sickly, moist odor. You open your eyes and see the figures of mother and father in the gloom of the family crypt, speaking to each other quietly. They stop as soon as they hear you gasp. Mother runs to you and locks you in an embrace as father wraps you in his cloak. Neither of them say a word as they lead you out to the surface and back home. You've met a terrible end, my son. You were trampled by those horses. Don't be so careless ever again. The lives you were granted by the twin gods are not to be wasted so recklessly. You would be punished for this, but the twins have already meted out their punishment. Imagine dying and then getting fucking punished for dying? Are you serious, yo? Is that even something that you would consider? Hell no. What the fuck? You tremble, your steps unsteady as you learned how to move again. Your body is eerily smooth, fresh and renewed. Even the recent scars and scratches are all gone. There's something new on it, a fresh black mark, a reminder of your lesser death beneath those hooves. Remember that by the twins' mercy, we are all given enough time in this world. Should you die before your time, you will be brought back by their grace. For 3 times they will rescue you from a terrible fate. But the 4th death is true and final for all. Every loss of a life we were granted at our birth is a heavy blow to us. But the gods told us not to mourn the lesser death. So we will humbly accept this and move on. See, your body has been reborn anew, with all your wounds healed. Do not mourn your loss of life, my son, but thank the twin gods for their justice. Do not speak of this. Do not ever play by the road again if you wish to keep on living. You cautiously go back outside the next day. Children from the neighborhood surround you. They all saw you get trampled, and now they're all asking you the same question. What was it like to die? Thomas rescues you from their pestering. He pushes the motley crew aside and hugs you, and pats you on the back. Look at you, buddy. You gave an entire life to keep a girl safe. Then you see Sophia. Fellas. We are so in. Or at least Alex is in. Alex Brante, my boy. Then you see Sophia. She is standing nearby, shyly working up the courage to walk over to you. Soon she finally approaches you and begins speaking rapidly. Alex, why did you throw yourself in front of those horses? My life isn't worth any more than yours, so why did you think that? You weren't supposed to die there. It was all those riders' fault. They deserve to die, not you. Her voice rises to a shriek. She suddenly stops and runs back home. You stay where you are, watching her run. The golden rays of the sun dancing in her braided hair. Holy shit. I love this guy. I like this guy. He has a way with words. Okay, everything is going up steadily. Ability +1, ingenuity is at a 2, spirituality 1, willpower 15. I lost 5 of it in order to jump in front of certain death. And I have died twice. Ooh yeah. Trampled. Sophia saved. Event has happened. Willpower greater than 1, well greater than 0. Rescue Sophia. You saved the local girl Sophia from lesser death. Lesser death and true death are such like aesthetical terms. I don't know what to say to that. It's like, it's so cool. I don't know. Like when you see it, it's just like, man. Alright, let me just switch my feet. Ow. Kick my fucking desk. Alright, we're good. Okay, fall, soil, and gunpowder. Sophia disappeared after the terrible incidents with the horses. Her friends gossiped that her parents set her off to serve a rich noble dynasty. You haven't seen each other since that day, but you still remember Sophia's eyes, the sunlight shining in them. But no matter what, life goes on. What the fuck? What? This is so fucked up, yo. You can't even... You don't even get to quarter. Yeah, this sucks. Oh well. It is what it is. I'm sure we'll meet again. You are 10 years old now. Your studies continue and you are learning more from the land you live in. Anazote is an ancient city in an imperial province by the name of Magra. All soil in Magra was turned to ash eons ago, scorched by magic during the rebellion of Duke Char Milanitis. The magical arts are all but gone now, but the scorched earth has remained barren and infertile ever since. Oh. Then you have to you like get back all of that? Where do you get it from? Wait, what? Tell me what? I mean, whatever. I should lay all my thoughts out, but there's not much to gather. Since then, the entire province not Providence. The entire province has lain barren, tormented by cold and scorching winds in equal measure, with few precious plants taking root on their own. All fertile land in Magra is brought elsewhere and brought here by an endless caravan of carts and carriages? What? Okay, to pay for food and soil, the city of Magra became skilled in many trades, primarily mining and digging for metals and stone. I'm sorry, so they buy soil? Oh. I don't actually understand how, like, burning of soil works. I don't know. How does it work? Like, sure, like, let's say the soil is just all barren and ash. If you put new soil on top of it, that won't nurture the old soil, would it? So then, and how far down does it go? Would it be feasible to remove the top layer of soil that was affected and add fresh soil? I don't know. Would have to look into that. I'll look into it on my own time. Last fall, there was an explosion just outside the city, followed by clouds of thick smoke. The first such incident frightened the citizens, but then explosions and smoke became an everyday occurrence. Soon everyone grew used to it. Father explains that the miners are using a new invention called gunpowder. It makes it easier for them to reach the precious stones and metals buried deep within the earth. Then one day, a thunderous explosion rocks the city and black billowing smoke covers the houses. People are stuck in their homes, all windows tightly shut. The air is impossible to breathe. Nathan coughs all the time. Gloria and you cough only when nobody is watching. If Mother hears it, she'll make you inhale those hot herbal vapors just like Nathan. I think those are good for you. I don't know. It takes 2 days for the black smoke to disperse. People pour out onto the street to meet their friends. Thomas is eager to share everything he knows about this incident with you. They took lots of burnt up people to the city temple. Mom told me she was helping the healers. There are many rumors. Some claims it was the work of a beast stirred from its slumber, while others say it's the surviving witches that continue to threaten the Order and the Empire with their accursed powers. But as for you, you patiently wait for Father to come back home, and then you'll ask him about it. Father spends day and night working at the prefecture, while Mother spends all her time in prayer. It takes a full week for Father to come home, and he's almost completely spent. You muster enough courage during dinner to ask him what happened outside the city. Father raises his hand, his face a bleak, weary mask. He starts muttering his proclamation. It's almost as if he doesn't see you. It's the mine outside the city. They were trying to get to a vein of ore. There was an explosion. The mine caved in and the black smoke started flowing. Many workers died there. It was all because Count El Velasco, who owns the mines, wanted them to start mining that vein before they were ready. Some of the workers weren't even reborn. Perhaps the twins thought their final time had come. The prefecture had been inundated with complaints from families that have lost their breadwinners, asking the judges for help. Many people also lost their cattle to the black smoke. Wow. To be honest, what would the judges even be able to do in that scenario? I'm curious. Because if their family died in a mining explosion, I guess they could like sue the count. I don't know how suing works in this. Actually, wait, no, that noble woman from before, what was her name? El Loader? Yeah, Mistress El Loader or something. She did say that she was suing her ex-husband? What do you even call that? I don't know. Count El Velasco blames gunpowder for the disaster. The prefecture and the newspapers just repeat whatever he says, but it's plain old greed and tyranny of noblemen that are to blame. Why is the welfare of our province always paid for with commoner lives? Then, without warning, he grows silent again. I keep thinking about it for days. Can a human life really end so easily? A single moment of bad luck and you die, only to re-emerge from the temple or the family crypt with a new black mark on your arm. Or worse, you remain where you fell, dead, never to be reborn again. Ever. Oh. Alright. In a moment, I'm going to have to mute abruptly. Because I already know I'm going to be interrupted. We will continue as is. Peace went down. That's unfortunate. Well, order went down. But the wealth of Magra went up. Ooh, your affluence. Oh boy. I mean, did we actually get the ore? I mean, it's nice that we're even now. You know? I don't think there's anything I will be able to do to affect that, to be honest. Okay. Stefan's arrival. During lunch, father tells you to stay home in the evening and prepare to meet some important guests. Your elder brother Stefan will return home by dinner tonight. Joining him will be your grandfather Gregor Brante, as well as a noble friend of the family. You're excited about your brother's return. It has been years since you last saw him. How has he changed during his years away from home? He's become even more snobbish and stuck up, and I'm going to fucking kill him if he comes home and makes me kill him. Because I already know this fucking rat is going to make me mad. You and your father await the guests anxiously. The doorbell rings. 3 people are standing outside. Grandfather is the first to come in, naturally. He has not changed a bit since his last visit. Still eyeing the house with contempt, looking for any reason to demean it. Grandfather is followed by a stately young man dressed in a jacket embroidered in silver, whom you barely recognize as your brother. Ah, the fucking haircut. Ah, that's fucking terrible. Stefan casts a glance at your threadbare clothes and dirty fingernails, and smirks. Oh, I'm gonna tear him in half. The last to enter the house is a personable gentleman with a worn-out, wrinkled face. You have heard a lot about this man from father and grandfather. He is Baron Augustine Elborn, Stefan's uncle, a family friend, and the province's prefect, which means that he is the head judge and thus father's superior. Sir Alborn smiles lightly and offers you his hand. Alright, sorry about that. It is the day for garbage, and I completely forgot to take it out. And well, as I said before, I got interrupted. Okay. I already read all this, so. Ah, this must be your youngest son, Alex. Yes? You have your father's eyes, young man. Father bows slightly to grandfather and Sir Elborn, but there is a moment of quiet when Stefan's turn comes. Father reaches out to him, awkwardly, expecting an embrace. There is a question in Stefan's eyes as he looks at grandfather. The old man shakes his head, almost imperceptibly. We noblemen ought to put our emotions on public display, father. Not even after a lengthy separation. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, I hate this guy. Oh my goodness gracious. There is no embrace. Instead, Stefan nods to father curtly. He responds in kind, his face devoid of emotion. After the greeting, you proceed to the sitting room. Elborn is the first to enter. He kisses mother's hand, and Gloria's too, and tussles Nathan's hair after he sees him hiding by the table. Grandfather acknowledges them with a glum nod. Greetings, Lydia Brante. I remember you were kind to me when I was but a child. And you must be Nathan. You could barely walk when I saw you last. Your elder brother ignores Gloria completely, not even a greeting. You proceed to the dining room in a dignified manner and take your seats. The dishes smell delicious. They merely punctuate the overwhelming tension at the table. Elborn is the only one with a friendly smile on his face. The dinner is splendid, Lydia. Did you choose the dishes yourself? You have a truly refined palate. It warms my heart to know Stefan spent his early years with you. Womanly care always does a child good, no matter the estate. Your fork freezes in the air halfway to your mouth. You expect many things from a noble of the sword, but words of praise for a lowborn woman are not one of them. You cast a glance at grandfather. He looks like he is about to choke on those words. It would do my grandson more good to stay at boarding school among his equals. Please, Gregor, parenting is no less important. Nothing can replace a mother's love, I cannot deny it. It saddens me greatly that my late sister could not be there to raise Stefan. But there was still a family for him, and he was surrounded by love. How could that be bad? What an upstanding gentleman. And besides, his father was by his side all the while. A father's example is always the best. After all, Robert earned the judge's rank the same way you did. Your grandson will surely follow in your footsteps. And who knows, perhaps even the younger men of the Brante family will contribute to the... You clumsy, low-born cretin! What the fuck? Is he talking to Elborn? This guy's a psycho. This guy's going to die. Everyone is startled by this sudden outburst. Grandfather's face turns red. He is glaring at a young lady's servant holding a pitcher over a glass. Stefan is sitting right next to her, dabbing a napkin on a fresh stain on his jacket. Oh, I see. Okay. Be gone this instant! The lady's servant runs away, leaving the pitcher on a small table by the door. After a quiet moment, Elborn smiles again. It appears the servants have left us, yet dinner is far from over. Worry not, uncle. There are enough commoners at this table to keep us served with food and drink. Stefan glares at Gloria across the table. She's sitting right next to you. She shrinks down and hunches over under his gaze. Father furrows his brows. Mother covers her mouth with trembling hands. Grandfather sneers. Stefan's gaze does not move. The silence lasts far too long. This fucking rat bastard! Then she starts to rise from her chair. If the Brante gentleman so wish it. Your hands clench into a fist under the table. How can he bring himself to humiliate his own family, his own mother and sister like this? It is all grandfather's doing. Stefan could not even bring himself to embrace father without his permission. And yet they are noblemen, and they have the right to act this way. If there is any way this dinner can become even more unbearable, you do not want to see it. Insult your brother. Ingenuity +1. Stefan Brante, bad blood. -1. And Gloria gets a +1. You step out of line and insult Stefan for what he has done. Make small talk over dinner. You try to act like nothing happened and make small talk with the guest. Nobility +1. Gregor Brante +1. No thanks. Sorry. Fuck it. Fuck that. Hell no. Where you join Gloria in her plight. Willpower +10. Gloria +1. You rise from the table and help your sister wait on your family. So I know, alright? I know what you're thinking. But fuck. I don't know exactly what bad blood with Stefan is going to do for me. It's probably gonna do something fucking terrible. And I don't really... My nobility is lacking. But in comparison to my ingenuity. But then I make fucking friends with Gregor. Hell no. I don't want it. I don't want any. I have so much willpower already. What do I do? What do I do? Don't really know. Give me a moment. Sorry, I need to get up again. One sec. back. Okay, what we got? Hmm. Hmm. So, I think. Hmm. You know what? I still don't know. I still have no idea. But I kind of just want to insult him. I have so much willpower already. Like, yeah, I just kind of want to insult him. Yeah, I'm gonna insult him. Cause yeah, this is fucked. You grab Gloria by the arm and keep her seated. Stefan turns a puzzled gaze towards you. A wry smile, you open your mouth. Stefan, how did you have the gall to speak without Sir Gregor's permission? Surely you won't even answer nature's call without his leave. Stefan looks at Grandfather, completely flabbergasted. And then chaos. Grandfather roars with fury. Stefan stares you down with a disappointed look on his face. Gloria tries again and again to contain her laughter. Nathan hides under the table. Sir Elborn is unsure what to do, and Stefan looks like he is about to cry. Then Mother takes your hand and leads you out of the dining room. Alright, this is kind of hard. I like it. I like it. You expected to be locked in your room as usual, but instead she leads you outside to an unlit shed. I'm locking you in here for the night, son. Your presence tonight would be an insult to our noble guests. It's time you learned the meaning of humility. You do your best to fall asleep inside the shed on the cold wooden floor. Anything to make this rotten day end sooner. Grandfather's cries of outrage can still be heard from the house. Gloria sneaks out to the shed in the middle of the night. She calls to you from behind the wooden planks. There is gratitude in her voice. I never thought you would defy him like that. Thank you so much for standing up to them. Sir Gregor got so mad he forgot all about me, so I ran away. Sir Alborn took Stefan away with him. How are you doing in there? You're not gonna freeze to death, are you? It's nothing, you tell her. You'll live. The important thing is that Grandfather and Stefan finally left her alone. You defended your sister's honor tonight. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Bad blood, huh? You defied your elder brother, and now he holds a grudge against you. Okay. So? Oh no. Oh no. He has bad blood. No. I don't give a fuck. In fact, I'm gonna kill him. In fact, one of these days, I'm just going to straight up kill this guy. Yep. Gonna kill this rat. Affection! Ingenuity +1. We are at 3. Bright. I'm pretty bright. Interesting. Yeah, I don't fucking care. This guy deserves it all. The fucking rat. Hot, dry wind sweeps through the city from the barren lands around it. The noble residents of Anazote prefer to remain in their chambers while the commoners huddle in tents or in the shade of the silver tree. You are on an errand right now. Your father wrote a letter to a noble acquaintance, and you are to deliver it. Thomas, the boy down the street, is tagging along. The two of you are inseparable now. Yep. Yes, we are. Me and the boy. The errand is an easy one, so you decide to take this opportunity to loiter around the part of Anazote where the nobles live. So here you are, in the middle of the city square, resting on the ancient brickwork by the old fountain, in the merciful shade of the gargantuan silver tree. Thomas is by your side, lazily slouching on the edge of the fountain's basin. It's a hard life for commoners like you and me. Either you break your back in a workshop day and night, hoping someone will buy your goods someday, or you become a manservant to some noble. You never get a chance to enjoy a life. This is our lot, you remind him. We work and endure and suffer. But Thomas waves your words away. Yeah, I know all that already. Mother keeps drilling that stuff into me. We must be humble. Our strength is patience and persistence. So yeah, I say, but I wanna make my fortune no matter what. So, how ain't that living by my lot, I ask you? But the lots, they ain't easy. They take you, for example. Brante, your father's a nobleman, but even if that didn't make you one, but even if that didn't make you one, but even if that didn't make you one, let's take you, for example, Brante. Your father is a nobleman, but even if that didn't make you one, just look at your hands. You never had to work as hard as me, but we have the same lot, so we're supposed to suffer the same. Or look at your father. He's a judge. He toils at the prefecture day and night, doing his judging, and he's a noble? I've never seen an Archnean work as hard as he does. You shrug. The Archneans are a different race. The books say they are born to rule over humans. They are never commoners, always nobles of the sword by birth. They founded the empire after subduing all the human kingdoms on the continent. Humans will never be their equals. Archneans are always better, smarter, stronger, and their skin is a noble shade of blue. If the books are to be believed, of course. You have never seen one yourself. Your idle chatter is suddenly interrupted by a rugged-looking guardsman dressed in black and green. He chases you away from the fountain. Common rabble like you have no place here. You hear the clattering of hooves and wheels against the cobblestones and see flags bearing a coat of arms, a sable serpent on a field of vert. It makes you squirm. It's the Archduke's coat of arms, the Millennitis dynasty. Carriage door opens, revealing a young lady in a luxurious dress. You cannot look away from her. Those dainty shoulders, suggested but not revealed by the cut of her dress. What? Fellas, you're seeing what I'm seeing too, right? Those dainty shoulders, suggested but not revealed by the cut of her dress. Her entire top half is basically open. What are you talking about? Her black hair cascading over them. Her stately slim silhouette, her pouty lips and prim nose, and those eyes, dark like the night sky. The way she moves, fluidly, gracefully. And most incredible of all, her skin glows an absurd blue. And here you were just talking about how you've never seen one. She is a masterpiece given life. She is an Archnean. Clear the way for me. Octavia Millennitis. The Millennitis guardsmen work quickly to clear the way to the fountain for the Archnean lady. The searing sun dances on her skin in bizarre patterns. With one elegant motion, she reveals a handkerchief and leans over the basin and wipes her head and neck with its cool water. Well, I'll be. That's Octavia Millennitis, our Archduke's own daughter. The Archnean turns away and proceeds gracefully back to her carriage. You see something slip out of her hand and fall onto the cobblestones right next to you. Her handkerchief! It is right there by your feet. Intricate craftsmanship, expensive woven fabric, delicately decorated with emerald filigree. Your heart skips a beat. Will you dare draw the beautiful Archnean's attention in order to return her lost possession? Or you rather not attempt to cross the chasm between you and her? Give the handkerchief back. Matters of the heart. Willpower -5. Octavia Millennitis remembers you. Go fuck yourself. What the hell? Wait, what? This is a meet a girl? No thanks. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Sorry, boss. Stash the trophy. All right, my boy. My boy gets a plus. So I don't know. Quickly hide the trophy, planning to sell it later. Keep the handkerchief as a memento. You watch the Archnean lady depart, trying to burn her every movement into your memory. Alright, simp activity. We're going with stash a trophy. Sorry, boss. I already have Sophia. Octavia finishes her graceful return to the carriage. It takes off and the carriage disappears from the square. Then you look at Thomas and show him the handkerchief you're holding. It's time to show him how to start earning that fortune. Your eyes single out a traveling peddler in the crowd. When you finally get his attention, you pull the splendid handkerchief from your pocket. The peddler smirks knowingly. Finders keepers, and the noble who lost it certainly won't be weeping over it. Truth be told, it is a truly exquisite handkerchief. It still looks quite presentable and will fetch a fair price. After some haggling with the stingy peddler, you trade it for a small fortune. 4 coins, half of the sum you give to Thomas. My boy. My boy. Let's see. Okay. The peddler smirks knowingly. Finders keepers, yada yada yada, okay. But this was all your handiwork, Alex. You grin at him. You can find the next handkerchief. Thomas laughs and you head over to the fruit stall together. So much fucking willpower. What am I gonna spend it on? Yeah, it looks like willpower is just something that you have throughout the entire game. But I guess stats change after each chapter? I don't know. The other stats, that is. Okay. Now, 12 years old now, you overhear an important conversation. It is a spring night and Mother had just sent everyone to bed. You walk past Father's study and hear voices coming from beyond the door. Grandfather is yelling, and Father is replying quietly. The elder Brante men are fighting, arguing about the place of the commoners in the city. Sneak outside to avoid Mother's attention and hide next to the open window of the study. Perhaps they'll mention you too. That low-life idiot had the gall to pay me a visit and beg me for some service. He had the insolence to ask me outright. He thought I was going to support his claim for the chairman's seat in the lesser quorum. How dare he? Father, please listen. Meyer Egmont may be lowborn, but he carries a lot of What? What? Holy shit. Meyer Egmont is dripping in clout. Holy shit, he carries a lot of clout in Magra. He owns 5 iron mines. A friend like him could be quite useful, should he become the chairman of the lesser quorum. I don't give a damn who this Egmont is, Robert. What he is, however, is lowborn. His lot is humility and obedience. The likes of him can never rule anything. They're nothing but a flock of sheep that need a firm, noble hand to guide them. Are you serious, bro? He has so much clout, though. But he has so much clout. What the fuck? Let my man rock. What the hell? Like, that is the law of this world, bro. Clout makes right. I wasted so many years trying to quash that quorum decree. But that accursed Cornelius Tempest did everything in his power to make the Emperor sign that pathetic screed. Now even lowlives can wield power. True power, Robert. Okay, shit. Just the right to discuss the size of the Archduke's tax. Nothing more. That is only the beginning. What's next? Are they gonna arm the lowlives now? Make them into judges? If the Empire rejects the foundation and the laws, the entire edifice will crumble. Bah, who am I telling this to? It is already crumbling, and you, my son and heir, are a harbinger of its destruction. Father, I'm begging you, I do not wish to marry a third time. Lydia is a good wife and a dutiful mother to my children. If you would only allow her to, I will allow them nothing. Neither Egmont nor that freeloading wench of yours. What will you want me to do next? Live by the laws of the lowborn? I can already see where this is going, and I'd rather run my own sword through my gut than live in a country where nobles and lowlives share the same rights. Funny you say that. Funny you say that. I think you should. I think that shouldn't be a passing comment. I think you should just die. You know? My only dream is to see the name of Brante in the Blue Book. That dream will never come true. They will never call me Venerable El Brante, and it's all because of this marriage of yours. My only hope now is to hear Steven addressed in such a manner one day. Thank the twins I did not let you ruin the boy. He's about to grow up a true nobleman. His children will bear the name of El Brante. You have 2 more grandsons. Those spineless milksops from the common lot. They're incapable of anything. The best your middle son can do is sneak into the Imperial College and get ennobled by the mantle. Although I have grave doubts about even that. As for the downtrodden Nathan, I hold out no hope for him whatsoever. You hear grandfather's heavy footsteps, the thudding of his cane and the slamming of the door. It's time to sneak back home before you're discovered. Ooh. What the fuck? So after the commoners are in power, a reign of terror goes on? You serious? Why can't the commoners just rule, regularly? You started studying at the school of Sir Tibor and begin to master the studies. Sciences, my bad, sciences. I keep saying studies. Finally, the day comes when the teachers stop coming to your house. But before you can breathe a sigh of relief and put away the books, Father asks you to come to his study. Hold on, let me just take a sip of water. And by a sip, I mean a liter. You've grown, my son. It's time for you to continue your education away from home. I've chosen a deserving school for you. Sir Tibor's School for the children of noblemen and well-off commoners. Naturally, it is not a boarding school for nobles, so you will study there during the day and come home in the evening. You share the news with your best friend Thomas. Sir Tibor's School, eh? Yeah, I gotta ask my parents to send me there too as soon as they get the coin together. Father says his workshop has toiled day and night for years to save up for my education. The school is based in an ancient estate of Arcanian design. Classrooms are tall and spacious with massive benches. The sounds of scraping quills and lectures on history and imperial law and theology echo under the vaulted ceilings. The rules are strict, the lessons tiring. Restless Thomas keeps getting distracted, and several times he gets his hand slapped with a stick for it. Every teacher demands flawless mastery of their subject. Every day, Father asks you about your studies. You've already told him twice how Magra joined the Empire and how the nobles' court of honor is different from the commoners' civil court in the city prefecture. But Father keeps pressing you to work even harder. When it is time to go to bed, Mother will not... Sorry, that's me yawning. When it is time to go to bed, Mother will not let you go to sleep until you recite a newly learned prayer for her. And when it is time to go to school, you promise her every day that you will behave with great humility and steer clear of insolent behavior of any kind. For you still live by the commoner's lot, and that lot is hard work and suffering. Let me just. There we go. Whoa. Your first month in school draws to a close, and the teachers announce that there will be exams at the end of the month to determine your best and worst student in each subject. What the fuck? That is so predatory. That's so fucked up. Why would they do that? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Father insists that you devote all your spare time to studying law and history if you wish to follow in his footsteps. But when you speak to Mother every day, you start considering theology. You still remember the revelations and divine visions that come to you in your earliest years. You have only one more day until the exam. You have locked yourself away in your room. It is already getting late. Your desk is covered with handwritten notes surrounded by letter-bound books. Just looking at them makes you queasy, but you have to read through all of them again, at least for one of your subjects. There is a nagging thought on your mind. Thomas ended up in a big trouble the other day. He got into a fight with several boys who lived next street. They heard about your wooden fortress and got in an outrage by the fortification built by commoners. They swore to dismantle it tonight. Thomas swore he would defend the fortress until the end. Perhaps you should abandon the books to rescue your friend in need. But then you hear your little brother Nathan knocking at the door. He stands there shyly, not saying a word. He often does that, standing still and staying speechless until either you speak first or he runs away. But this time he actually says something. The door is locked. Are you okay, Alex? Is there anything I can do to help? Your head is spinning. This is the last evening before the school exam. If you fail, your family will be very disappointed. You have to refresh either your memory on law or theology, either one or the other. But Thomas and your fort are about to be stormed. Why today of all days? You grind your teeth in rage at the thought. Nathan is by the door, trying not to bother you. He wants to help you the only way he can, reasons known only to him. Will you accept his help? Focus on law and history. Nobility +1, Robert Brante +1. Go help Thomas. Ingenuity +1, Thomas +1. Study theology. Spirituality +1, Lydia Brante +1. Spend a moment with Nathan. You put everything away and accept your brother's offer of help. I really don't need any more willpower. I'm sorry, Nathan. Go fuck yourself. I think I'll just go help Thomas. Like, I mean, why wouldn't I? Our fort is about to be stormed, and Thomas is so cool. Oh no, I have enough relationship with Lydia, and I don't want to be a noble. Noble sucks. Nobility sucks. I can't overthrow the nobility from the inside, as much as most people want to say so. You push Nathan out of the room. He cannot possibly help you prepare for the exam. But once you're sure nobody is behind the door, you open the window and climb out into the yard and over the fence. And then you run like the wind to the wooden fortress where Thomas is in peril. The battle for the fort has already begun. Thomas is cornered. He swings a loose wooden plank, fending off 3 boys at once. It is not a fair fight by any means. Your friend is rugged enough to have a fighting chance against 2 of them, but 3 is too many for him to handle alone. Where have you been, Alex? They're about to smash our fort. Get them! Flank the assailants and slam into them at full speed, channeling the cavalry of the holy warriors. You take them by surprise as you pull one of the aggressors away and knock him out with a punch to the jaw. Thomas cheers you on. You team up and make short work of the remaining foes. Your enemies retreat in shame. Thomas got a black eye, but his knuckles are all covered in blood. But he looks unusually pleased with himself. Couldn't have done it without you. Just look at him trying to tell us where to build our fort. Okay, time to fix her up. Your score on the exam was merely satisfactory, but still well above a failing grade. The family is not too happy with you, but life goes on and your studies continue. You know you could have worked harder and proved yourself to the teachers, but your wooden fort still stands proud, and that is all that matters. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And oh man. Give me a sec. Okay, cool. Ingenuity. I'm an enterprising guy. I'm enterprising. Oh, the poets. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. I see. Okay. What we got? Today, you and Thomas are to explore the streets of the castle district. You delve deep into the district, right to the old siege walls of Anizote. The city needs these walls no longer. There are no more enemies left for the Empire to fight, since the twins descended and chose the Tempest dynasty to rule the Empire. It has spread one sea to sea, bringing its rule and peace for many generations. The two of you gaze in awe at the old charcoal black marks on the former fortress walls. They say magic wielders during Charmelanides' rebellion could conjure gusts of fire with their own hands. The rebellious duke fought against the emperor and the church of the twin gods in the days of yore, but nothing remains of this rebellion, now saved for scorched ruins and parched land throughout Magra. You and your friends study the old walls and daydream about the battles that took place here during the rebellion, and then you hear a muffled voice coming from somewhere below the ground. You look around and find a hole in the brickwork where the sounds are coming from. Naturally, you take a peek. You see a half-ruined hall built below the ground and a handful of young men and women standing in the dark. They look a bit older than you and are wearing plain shirts and dresses. A young man is standing on a piece of crumbled wall reciting some of his poetry. It tells the story of a nobleman who fell into a puddle thanks to his gaudy cloak, and none of his noble bearings were of any help. He ends it with a farcical brow. Farcical? Yes, farcical bow. Farcical bow. You hear applause and laughter. He gets down from the crumbled wall, and a young girl takes his place. You cannot see her face in the darkness, but hers is a voice you can recognize anywhere. It is Gloria. Your sister begins to recite a poem she had written. Nay, Gloria, yours is no proper life. You are to be a mother and a wife. Accept a kitchen apron for a gag, and lo, another voice now takes a crack. You're straying from your lot, you've got some nerve. Eyes down, be obedient, and serve. Your husband, children, house, they are your absolute. Nay, Gloria, you are but rotten fruit. You lean down to hear her better, but sand and stones fall from under your feet and into the underground hall. Gloria looks up and meets your gaze. Thomas pulls you away from the hole. So they're reading poems. Imagine that. They sure hate nobles and even Gloria. I never thought your sister could do that. But they sure gonna get in trouble if they get spotted by an adult. Bad-mouthing a noble will get you flogged into next week. Not to mention all the trouble you can get into for writing poems if you're a commoner. You better tell your sister to lay off. We'd better stay away from them too. I don't know. I think Lydia can write a mean poem. I think she'll be fine. I support her. You nod. Being around these people puts Gloria in great danger. But you know your sister. It will not be easy to tell her this. Your adventure in the castle district is done for tonight. You and your friend return home. During dinner, Gloria will not look at you. Her hair is all disheveled. Is she afraid or is she ashamed? You are also worried sick. These literary gatherings may spell danger for your sister, but for an illegitimate child like her, there are so few ways to forge her own path. Dinner is over. Soon you and Gloria are alone at the table. What are you going to tell her? Well, of course I have to keep her a secret. Convince Gloria to leave the society. Destiny, Gloria's secret. Nobility +1, spirituality +1. If anyone ever hears about this poets gathering, it could be bad for Gloria. Keep Gloria's secret. Destiny, Gloria's secret. Personality, ingenuity +1, Gloria +1. You promise to keep your sister's secret safe and help her. I mean, I have to. I can't just not. That would be fucked up. Okay? That's just how it is. We are going to keep her secret. My ingenuity is fucking cranking all the way up. But then again, I don't really fuck with nobility. These are all crucial skills for a commoner. And I don't know. I don't think I want to be a clergyman either. I think I'm just gonna crank ingenuity. Cranking my hog. Gloria finally looks at you. You wink at your sister and promise to keep her secret safe. You praise the poetry you are able to overhear and confess that you were impressed. A big joyous smile appears on her face. I'm so happy, brother. I thought you were going to tell me to stop going there and say what mother says about my lot. But I'm glad you're not like that. Me and my friends, without our poetry, we don't have anything else left. Nothing but our abysmal daily lives. At least we can laugh about it this way. You get serious and tell her that her friends need to work much harder to hide their meetings. After all, this secret passion could end badly for them if they are caught. The best way to get out of this is to meet in a new place every time. You list off several abandoned places nearby where nobody will look for them. You promise her that if she ever comes close to danger, you will be there to protect her. Gloria nods and plants a kiss of sisterly joy on your cheek. Let's go, boys. I mean, if we can't defend our sister, then what good are we? 5 ingenuity, and my gauge with my sister is literally maxed out. We are maxed out. Agitation continues. As you study imperial law, you come to realize that there is a certain hierarchy even within the noble estate. It seems your father's status is not quite equal to that of the more eminent human and Archnean gentry. You return home with this new information at your disposal. Father asks about school after dinner, as he always does. So what's the difference between nobles of the mantle and those of the sword, Alex? You already have your answer ready. The latter's status is hereditary, meaning that it is passed down from father to son. After the Archneans, nobles of the sword are the most eminent humans in the empire. They own land and estate. They fill offices of the highest rank, and the names of their bloodlines are preserved within the Great Blue Book. Nobility of the sword can be granted only by the overseer of the province or the emperor himself. And how are such eminent people addressed? With the honorific L before their last name, you respond. Sir Augustine L. Bourne, for example. Father pats you on the shoulder, clearly pleased. And what about the Archneans and their status? What have you learned about them? The Archneans stand above all human gentry. They are born to rule over humans regardless of their titles. No L is required when addressing them. They need no honorifics, for the names of their ancient dynasties are known to all. Father nods somberly. Yes, you can never be their equals. Do whatever an Archnean tells you and never defy them. Ever. Oh, well done. And what about grandfather or me? Where do we stand as nobles? That is easy. Father and grandfather are nobles of the mantle. This title cannot be inherited, but it can be earned by any commoner as a reward for great service to the empire, in the legion, or as a civil servant. Father grows quiet and looks you in the eye intently. Yes, and someday you will earn a noble title too, son. All in due time. I see, I see. Sir Tibor's school teaches children of all stripes. Nobles of the mantle and lowborn parents can send their sons here. And every passing day, the children of noblemen invent new ways to snub and bully the commoners. Bro, your ass is at a school for noblemen and commoners as opposed to a nobleman's school. How is you bullying people? What the fuck? Nah, this is why your family's poor. Noble trash. I thought you were better. Huh? 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 I would fucking eat these guys alive should I have been there. Most of the time, the bully leading them is Daedric. Daedric? I guess that's Daedric. Daedric? Daedric. It would be Daedric, right? Because R would be before the... Daedric. I'm gonna go with Daedric. Daedric. The son of the secretary for the Imperial Chancellery and a self-important slob. The sons of noblemen never pick on you. However, they know that your father has been ennobled by the mantle. However, Daedric and his retinue soon shows Thomas as their favorite victim. Time and time again, you ask your friend not to pay them any mind, but again and again, Thomas grows angry and snaps at their self-satisfied mockery. Sorry, let me just switch my feet again. There we go. It is early in the morning. The students are busy, flocking to the classrooms for their next lesson. You wave Thomas over when you see him. He waves back at you, and then a bucket full of slop splashes on him. Needless to say, it is the work of Daedric and his entourage. You hear his familiar creaky laughter. The tailor's son stinks. How dare he sit next to decent folk? Thomas clenches his fist. You're dead, Daedric! He throws himself at Daedric's haughty entourage like a soldier ready to wage war. He attacks them first. This is just what they expected, and they are free to retaliate. He barely makes one movement before 4 pairs of hands grab him at once. Daedric sneers and kicks your friend in the belly. Thomas gasps for air and starts coughing. You stand behind him as Daedric readies another kick. The nobleman's son cocks an eyebrow. Why do you mingle with commoners? He asks. Your father is a noble of the mantle. You ought to be friends with your own kind, your equals, not the dirt beneath your feet. Behind him, 4 boys hold Thomas down as he struggles furiously. The other students are watching you, frozen in fear. Daedric haughtily extends a hand to you. Barely expects you to shake it. What will you do? You can challenge him to a fight. Challenge him to a fight. You challenge the nobleman's son to single combat. Nobility +1, Thomas Guerrero +1. Turn him over to the teachers. Ingenuity +1, Thomas Guerrero +1. You sick the school authorities on Daedric and his retinue. Admonish the noble's son. Spirituality +1, Thomas Guerrero +1. The children of parents who have been ennobled by the mantle still bear the commoner's lot. Shake Daedric's hand. Ugh. He's right. Being friends with the sons of nobility can benefit your family. Reputation +1. Robert Brante +1. Thomas Guerrero -1. I'm so glad that shit is blocked out. That shit is insulting to even like. Oh no, man. Yeah, nah, hell no. Fuck out of here. I have 1 nobility, 5 ingenuity. Fellas, I don't think I should keep stacking this ingenuity. Like, bros, it's getting kind of big. And I don't really care for spirituality. Fuck it. We're gonna just fight him off. We're gonna fight this bitch. We're gonna kick his ass. We are going to kick his ass. You do not shake his hand. Instead, you challenge Daedric to display at least some dignity by fighting you one-on-one. That is, if he considers himself a nobleman's son, of course. Daedric's face grows serious. There is no way for him to refuse his challenge in public. Daedric makes a sign and Thomas is released and pushed to the floor. He gets back on his feet, cursing and itching to rush at them again. But you hold your friend back. The teacher of Imperial Law comes into the room just in time. Everybody immediately returns to their seat. A day full of lessons begin. You keep daydreaming of Daedric's face and how you're going to put an end to that nasty smile of his. Let's catch that bastard together and clean his clock. You heard me, not you. The deal's been made, you tell your friend. This is a matter of honor. Now, Thomas huffs angrily but agrees. Daedric is already waiting for you in the narrow back street by the school, his retinue by his side. You walk forward and give him an opportunity to end this dispute once and for all. This is the nobleman's way. If you win this battle, Daedric and the other children of nobles will never pick on the commoner's sons again. If he wins, you will never stand in their way and protect other students. You will fight him one-on-one. Daedric walks forward uncertainly. You both roll up your sleeves. You raise your fists in a fighting stance. Daedric tries to copy your movements. You hit him first. Daedric does manage to land several glancing blows, but he is fighting a losing battle. He has never been in a real street fight. Thomas nods in approval. You have learned a lot from him. It does not take long for Daedric to stop fighting back. One more blow and he squeals and raises his hands. You have won. You turn to the other nobleman's sons with a victorious look on your face, and no more teasing. If anyone else says so much as one bad word about Thomas, they'll pay. Daedric's former retinue disperses silently. My boy. My boy. Hell yeah. Honorable. Let's see. Okay. A silver tree. Your theology teacher tells you more about Anazote. It is more than just a provincial capital. Wait, hold on. Actually. Oh. Okay, I see. My bad. I don't even know why I didn't even try to look at that. Your theology teacher tells you more about Anazote. It is more than just a provincial capital. It is also a sacred place blessed by the gods. It is where the twin gods' first disciples spilled their blood, and from that blood grew the sacred silver tree. Its enormous foliage hangs over the city. You see its branches in the sky every day, but you have never approached the trunk of the tree yourself. Today, you will be taking your first trip to the silver tree. Your class is visiting a service in the great temple by the tree's very roots. Thanks to your theology teacher, you and the other students will witness this landmark of the twins' advent up close. Everybody is excited. Soon, you and the other boys enter the slums surrounding the church district of Anazote. The roots are pulsating under your feet. They spread underground all throughout the area. Pathetic, cramped hovels and filthy streets surround the trunk of the tree. They are home to paupers, day laborers, and preachers. The people of the district bow humbly to you and point you towards the temple. They seem at peace despite the abject poverty in which they live. All who live directly beneath the tree are filled with His divine grace. Your teacher says, People come here to make peace with the world and their faith in it. Your class is unusually quiet. Everyone is listening to the rustling of the leaves and the underground beating of the roots. The sky above you is obscured by the tree's canopy. You find the temple of the twin gods right next to the tremendous trunk of the tree. It almost seems a part of it. There's a crowd there, pilgrims dressed in traveling clothes, paupers and beggars, common people of the city, and the occasional, well-dressed noble. There are arguments among some people who are gathered in separate small groups. Many people are wandering around, staring upwards at the tree's branches. The tree impresses you with its might and the calm emanating from it. You're filled with a desire to sit down and think of the world, to learn something about yourself, to touch the silver white bark and hearken to the whispering leaves. You're distracted enough to fall back from the rest of your classmates. You notice a small path. It should take you right next to the trunk. A tall, red-haired woman walks out of the crowd of pilgrims. She is wearing a worn white robe. She is no longer young, but her face is youthful and covered in freckles. Her hands clutch a book. You have never seen this lady pilgrim before, yet she looks at you almost as if she had recognized a lifelong friend. She beckons to you and says her name, Matilde. A preacher from Astynia. What she says next shakes you to your very core. It is commendable to see a young man so keen to learn the teachings of the twins, she says, yet you will never follow the light of truth within the walls of the temple. Inside you will only find the lies about the lots, the earring words of Prophet Esatius, sanctified by the passage of centuries. Yet anyone who sets out to read the accounts of the twins' own lives know that they never so much as mention the lots. What an insane heresy to just like spring on a child. Like you really just looked over at me. Hey, wanna hear some heresy? The red-haired preacher's words frighten you. They clash with everything you have heard from Mother, everything you've been taught in schools. The lots are a lie? You freeze in fear. Should you argue with Matilda or ask her for more information? Or should you treat her as a madwoman and catch up with your classmates? You suddenly feel a small, warm hand grasp your own. You see a girl right next to you. She is just a little older than you, wearing a black dress, threadbare, yet almost spotless. Her hair is covered by a handkerchief that is, her hair is not covered at all, with only a single golden lock showing. Her brown eyes are burning with rage, her hand pulling you away from the red-haired preacher. You stare in confusion at the strange young girl, your cheeks flushed with the sudden touch. Come on, man. Keep it in your pants. There is just a bit of color on her cheeks too. Then she starts speaking to you quickly. Don't listen to her, she's dangerous. Come to the temple with me. Only there will you see the truth. You stand there surrounded by the crowd of praying pilgrims and the sounds of shuffling feet, torn between two people you have never seen before. And each of them expects you to follow her. But all the while you hear the whispering of the wind on the tree's branch. The branches reach out for you, almost as if the tree wishes to speak to you itself. Can you hear its voice? Follow the girl into the temple. A matter of the heart, no thanks. I don't care. I'm not interested. Jean acquainted? Oh, I thought it said acquired. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, never mind. Regardless. Okay. Follow the girl into the temple. Matters of the heart. Willpower -5. Jean, acquainted. Jean +1. Stay with the red-haired pilgrim. Spirituality +1. Gene -1. Leave them and approach the tree. Willpower +10. The tree. I know more than any. It knows more than any human. Give in to the epiphany. Revelation of the tree. Spirituality +1. Gene. Acquainted. Destiny insight. I don't know. I think I kind of want to go with. I think I want to go with the epiphany, because I mean, I did work for this destiny of insight. Whatever. You open yourself to the tree and listens as it speaks. Yeah, I'll give in. Okay. You step away from the girl in black and the woman in white, your eyes transfixed by the tremendous towering trunk of the tree. For some odd reason, you recall Mother's ant farm, with the ant's hard at work inside, and her face as she explained its laws. It's a fleeting distant memory, a child's realization about the workings of the world at large, and at this very moment you see yourself and all the other people for the ants they are. You cannot look away from the tree. People around you begin to fade away. Their voices melt together and Sorry, one sec. People around you begin to fade away. Your voices melt together and disappear. The world that surrounds you feels frozen and still now. The slow swaying of the rustling branches is all there is. The branches catch you and raise you up. You soar in the air, higher and higher, along the trunk of the silver tree. The branches, the leaves, their light is blinding. Their light holds you up and embraces you. And at this moment you realize something. Something as clear as the daylight beating down on you from high above. This tree is divine. There is no doubt left in you. This tree was planted by the twin gods and left in this land, an ever-living proof and a mark of the twins' existence. And the tree speaks to you. It speaks in a language you understand, in a language you yearned long before you were born. It speaks of soothing love and for crystal clear law, and of love and law intertwining to become the miracle of life to you. From this high up, you can clearly see all of the land below. From here, you see the entire empire, embroidered with a shining thread of providence, illuminated by the twins' passage. It takes you but a moment to finally realize what the teachers have been talking about all this time. The fates and lots of the people, the workings of life and the empire, it was all created and arranged by the twins, and absolutely everything bears their mark, their design and inspiration. And it is in this world that you were given life. Somehow the tree seems to realize that the revelation is now fully within you. It gently lowers you back to the ground. You glide down between the glowing branches, illuminated by what you have just seen. You spoke to them? You come back to your senses. You're still standing by the tree, firmly rooted to the ground. The branches release you, and you are once again aware of the pilgrims' prayers and the noise of the crowd. The young girl in black is staring at you. She is clearly agitated. My uncle is a priest, and he told me the twins can choose to speak with you through the tree, but I've never seen it happen before. Jean starts asking you questions. She wants to tell you She wants you to tell her what you just experienced, but you cannot speak. It is so difficult to see the temple's familiar interior again, to see the district around it and the sky above. The memory of the sight from atop the silver tree now gleams in your mind. I just hope you'll share your revelation with me someday. Don't worry, I get it. My name's Jean. I'm an acolyte. I work in the temple. I help my uncle clean the grounds and cook food for the poor, and I also greet the worshippers. People come here all the time. Many are lost, and they don't know where to go once they're inside. But no one should feel lost in this place. The temple is for all the estates. But then you hear your theology teacher calling you. It's time for your class to return to the school. Before you leave, Jean suddenly takes your hand. You can't help but come, keep it in your fucking pants. Please listen to me. Few people ever see these things. The twins, they were speaking to you and you heard them. It's a sign. You should become a No. I'm sorry. No. Hell no. You'll be guiding those who cannot hear the twins. You'll be helping their souls find the way to the top of the pillar. It's the most honorable calling in the world. You say goodbye to the young acolyte. Yet, as you return to your ordinary life, Jean's words remain in your memory from that day forth. Well, now I'm acquainted with her. By the will of the twins, you were destined to meet. Come on now. She is a zealot adherent to the old faith? Yeah, nah, we're cutting her off. I'm sorry. We cannot meet again. I'm so sorry. But I'm trying to like crush the world right now. Like, I'm literally trying to cut off like everything. Like I'm crushing order as we know it. If you can't follow me on this path and your ass is on the side of the old faith, I'm sorry. It's over. It's over before it even began. Experience the revelation. Revelation of the tree. Experience the revelation by the sacred silver tree. Wah. Okay. Another school day has ended. You are making your way home, still mulling over the things you learned from your teachers. The founding of the empire. One second. This has been bothering me. Okay. What else is there? I'm straight up not gonna get this matters of the heart thing. I swear. I really won't. Alright, Shadows of the Past. Another school day has ended, yada yada yada. The founding of the empire, the eternal and unshakable rule of a single dynasty. The three estates, each with its own rights. What an odd sort of order the world has, and yet so mysterious. At least it sounds that way when your teachers talk about it. Mother is waiting for you on the porch. She smiles gently when she sees you, and yet her expression still shows great concern. Father left on a trip to several distant Magran towns a few days ago. Since then, Mother has been trying to tell you something, but she seems uncertain. Son, could you put your things away and come pray with me? You join Mother in a prayer with the twins. She prays with fervent sincerity, her head bowed low, reciting the words of obedience to them and their greater design in a barely audible whisper. You repeat after her, just as she had taught you ever since you were a little boy. When the prayer ends, Mother sighs and turns to you. Alex, my son, you are 13 now. You'll be grown soon. It's time you learned about certain things that are important to our family. Difficult things. It's about your father and me, about our marriage. Sorry. Had a bit of a coughing fit. You gaze curiously into Mother's eyes. I'm sure you've wondered about this before. Your father is a nobleman of the mountain. Mantle, what the hell? So, how could he marry a commoner with another man's child? But you see, Alex, your father, when his first wife, Am- Amalia Elborn, died, it was a painful blow to him. He lost the will to live, lost all purpose. He felt like his own destiny was cut short that day as well. And then he met me. You know the troubles I've had in my past. I went to the prefecture as a petitioner to ask them for help, protection, justice. When I was a young boy, girl, when I was a young girl, I worked at a small shop that sold crockery and dishes. A nobleman took a liking to me. May his name be forever forgotten. The twins know I was humble and honored his lot to rule, but he took me by force. Mother falls silent, summoning the courage to continue. Gloria is that nobleman's daughter, but he was outraged. How could I have the gall to burden him with low-born progeny? He turned me out on the streets with that little baby girl in my arms. Mother's voice is shaking now. You take her hand tenderly. I had no home, no honor, nowhere to go. No one to help me. When I went to the prefecture, I didn't really think the judges there would help me find justice against my former master. But then Sir Robert heard my pleas. His eyes met mine, and I believe that, at that very moment, the twins themselves granted him the gift of their love. Your father told me that there was nothing he could do to make that detestable nobleman marry me, but he would never abandon me and baby Gloria. And if I agreed, he would take me into his own home. Maybe Robert isn't that bad. Tears are running down Mother's cheek. And I knew it, my son. I knew how much his honor and reputation would suffer, but caring for me brought him back to life. It's like he experienced another sacrament. He rediscovered his noble purpose, his lot to rule and protect and care for others. But his decision to marry me, he's still paying for it today. Your father had the courage to defy your grandfather, the founder of his bloodline. If only you knew how much he had to endure, my son. If only you knew the despicable rumors he heard about the Brontes all over Anazote. It was only thanks to the efforts of Sir Gregor and the Bronte bloodline I managed to hang on to what little remained of its reputation. But now the noble families have all but forgotten about that scandal, and the twins. Mother falls silent. She looks at you intently. Do you understand what she's telling you? My son, I'm not telling you this just to share the pain of my past. I have no reason to complain. Even Sir Gregor has accepted me through gritted teeth. But you need to understand the heavy burden our family must bear, including our scandalous marriage and Gloria's foul origin. And Gloria, she can never be a Bronte. Even if the elder Brontes agreed, the news would stir up the old scandal in the minds of high society. And if that were to happen, Alex, they would see even your birth as illegitimate. Mother sighs heavily. What I told you now is something you have to know, son. You are about to enter adult life. By my lot, I must be humble. I cannot tell you how to treat your family. But may I ask you a question? Now that you know all of this, do you still see Gloria as your sister? Accept Gloria as your sister. Gloria +1, Lydia Brante +1. Regardless of her origins, Gloria will always be family. I'm sorry, bros, but this ain't even a real question. Distance yourself from Gloria. Well, we can't even choose it, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not gonna choose that one anyways. I don't think it's worth to read it. Evade the question. Willpower +5. Lydia Brante -1. You do not want to disappoint Mother, but you are not ready to promise anything just yet. No. No thanks. That's fucked up. We're just gonna accept her. What the hell? Why would I do that? Okay. Filled with determination, you assure Mother and Gloria that Gloria is and will always be your sister. Ooh. You want Gloria to be a Bronte too. You want her to be part of your family. Who cares what the nobles of Anazote say? Mother beams with quiet joy when she hears this. Oh, Alex, if only you know how happy that would make me. To have our family united at last. However, the joy on her face quickly gives way to concern. But I already owe good Sir Robert a debt I can never repay. He's given my daughter so much, a home and education, his care and advice. The Bronte bloodline could suffer so much from Gloria's existence. We should all just learn to accept her status as it is. No. No, I'm not abandoning my sister. Just then you hear Gloria carefully knock on the door of Mother's chambers. Mother, Alex, I couldn't find you. You happily greet your sister. Yes, she is your sister. No old secret can ever change that. Mother gives you and Gloria a kiss on the forehead and returns to her prayers. You and your sister walk downstairs together. Mother is alone by her bedside, now thanking the twins with a quiet prayer for the Bronte family they have given her. You hope they can hear her. Yeah, nah. Our sister is our sister, without a doubt. Ooh. It's climbing. I mean, everybody in the family that matters are climbing, so it's fine. You are 13 now. The fall, the flash, and the flame. Another theology lesson. Today's sermon is about the priests and why the clergy is the only one of the three estates with the right to interpret the lots and guide the other two estates accordingly. Thomas sits next to you, puffing and puffing as he fervently writes down the teacher's every word. But you've heard all this from Mother many times before, so you take this moment to daydream a little. Father promised to take you to the capital once your studies are complete. But the teacher suddenly casts a stern look around the lecture hall and raises his voice at one of your classmates. A boy by the name of Brian jumps out of his seat. The teacher asks him to repeat what he had just said. Brian freezes and seems to shrink. He tries to muster a reply, but nothing comes out. Class becomes agitated. Someone is about to get punished. The teacher now looms over Brian. The boy's cheeks are flushed, and his eyes are covered in tears. You all watch the teacher's iron-bound book as he raises it sharply, about to strike. Iron-bound book. Brian shrieks and raises a hand in front of him. Sudden flash. The teacher screams and buries his face in his arms. His hair is ablaze and his skin is covered in horrible burns. It's magic, real magic, just like the books about the Magra Rebellion. The class freezes in shock. There's a dull thud as the iron-bound book falls to the floor. Brian's hysterical laughter rends the silence. He stands up from his bench, fire in his eyes and sparks on his fingertips. There are screams now. Students run for the door. The teacher tries to extinguish his burning hair. Brian snaps his fingers, and the books of Esachius on the desks turn into pillars of flames. He laughs and raises his arms, and the curtains catch fire. The screams grow louder as the fire howls. Brian's face is tense and violent. His mouth is spewing flames and his whole body is shaking with laughter. He steps towards the door. You and Thomas glance at each other. He's going to burn the whole school down. Your friend's determination makes you brave. You run behind Brian and knock him off his feet. You both tumble to the floor. Even though his clothes, his body sears your flesh. Brian screams and convulses and grabs Thomas by the shoulders with his burning hands. Thomas howls but stays put and knocks Brian senseless with several fierce blows to the head. Damn! There are servants fussing around the room now. They put out the fire and take away the teacher, his body covered in horrible burns. You and Thomas remain next to Brian, who is laying on the floor silent. Soon, 3 men in black cloaks enter the doors of the school, each bearing an edict sealed with silver. The Inquisition. You and Thomas are told to step away from the witch. They lock Brian's neck in a silver collar and take him away. I would say he's a wizard, but whatever. One of the Inquisitors... Actually, now that I think about it, what was it? Witches are the ones that practice potion making and are normally like the boil, toil, and trouble type thing. And the wizards are like the academics, right? Not a gender thing. Something like that. I don't know. But regardless, I'd still would... I mean, he's not really an intellectual. He just kind of has power. I'm dwelling on this too long. One of the Inquisitors remained behind to tell the students what happened. That was magic, he explained. The ungodly power to twist the minds of men. Sorry, I'm yawning. I think I should wrap up soon. So yeah, I'm gonna get to the end of this chapter and I'm gonna wrap it up. It's 4:30 in the morning for me, really. That was magic, he explained. Savage instruments of murder. Only the sacred shackles of silver can hold it at bay. Only the power of the twins can save us all from its evil grasp. The next day, you are forbidden from ever mentioning Brian's name again. He is no more. Oh shit. Oh, I didn't even do anything. Why did it just go up? Whatever. The great day looms ahead. 100 years ago, Uther Tempest was anointed to rule over the empire, blessed by the twins themselves. Give me just 1 second. There's a second. Blessed by the twins themselves, the emperor's reign continues into its 2nd century. Celebrations in honor of the Tempest dynasty are held throughout the city, and the school is closed for 2 weeks because of that. On one of these evenings, Father tells everyone that Grandfather is going to bring Stefan back home for the holiday. They say families should celebrate the day of anointment together. You could benefit from your elder brother's company, his noble education. Stefan might be able to teach you how noblemen are supposed to act. Soon, Stefan arrives. He now handles himself differently. When it comes to ordering servants around and ignoring Gloria, he is still Grandfather's double, but he is more grown up now and far less haughty to you. It is a dark winter evening. A damp, cold wind sweeps through the city from the barren lands of Magra. You and Stefan are sitting in the library. He tells you all about Eterna, the capital of the Empire. It is full of so many wonders. The Imperial Palace, the enormous Temple of the Twins, a military academy, the Imperial College. You have read so much about these places. Yes, yet he has seen them firsthand. Nathan enters the library. He looks concerned. I can't find Gloria. I looked everywhere. She's not in the attic, not in the sitting room, not in the kitchen. I heard she wanted to sneak off to the ruins of Char Milanidas' palace. She could be lost in there. You and Stefan exchange looks. Char Milanidas, the rebellious duke. The ruins of this palace are a dangerous place. Some children claim his tainted magic still lingers there, which means you absolutely have to make your way there and it back again to prove you are not afraid of the long dead witch. Your brother tells you to wait. He leaves and soon returns with his sword in its sheath. Get ready, Alex. We're going to rescue Gloria. She must have gone to the ruins in search of inspiration for another one of her silly little rhymes. What the hell? Her little rhymes. The two of you instruct Nathan to tell your parents you've gone for a walk in the square. You and your elder brother head outside. You're confused by Nathan's actions. He refuses to treat Gloria like a human being. So why is he still so determined to rescue her? Stefan notices your expression. Are you wondering why I care about Gloria all of a sudden? I can't act in any other way, can I? The law of honor compels me to protect my family. Gloria will never be a Brante, but father still took her into our house. I must respect his seniority and defend Gloria like she is one of our own. You are a Brante too, noble or not, which means it is your duty to aid me. The ruins of Charmilonides' palace span an entire district. The palace was abandoned centuries ago, and its remnants are overgrown with thick undergrowth. The ruined palace is empty, nothing but cold wind blowing over crumbling brickwork. Even the worst scum of the land steer clear of this palace. You make your way through the ruins until you spot scattered sheets of paper covered in writing. Your sister's writing. You hear loud laughter coming from behind a dilapidated stone wall nearby. You pull yourself up to peer over it. Ugh. Sorry. Okay. Gloria is lying on the ground face down, twitching and sobbing. A gaggle of drunk young thugs surround her, cackling and swinging their arms about. You hear their shouts. Look at this lass sitting here rhyming words together. She thinks she's all noble. Don't you worry, you low-born tart. We're going to teach you your place. One of the louds spits at Gloria as she lies there. Get away from her this instant, you bastards, or I'll spill your guts. They respond with mocking laughter. Stefan draws his sword. The street thugs recoil in fear, but they soon notice that he is only one armed man against many. They start reaching out for sticks and stones. Stay by my side. Don't let them flank me. Stefan's hands shake, but he looks ready for battle. He is outnumbered. For a moment you hesitate. Perhaps it might be better to run for the nearby district and call for guards. The young thugs are already armed with makeshift weapons. They start approaching you and Stefan cautiously. Oh, huge. I mean, I don't fucking like this guy anyways. I don't know. Oh, let me start reading first. Charge the attackers. Stefan Brante. I guess it nullifies our relation. And +2. Right now it's -1. Regardless, whatever. You grab the heaviest rock you can find and get ready to fight. Ooh, okay. Call the guards. Ingenuity +1. Stefan Brante nullified. You leave the fighting to Stefan and run for help. I mean, shit. I don't really like the guy. But he is defending Gloria. But none of these options really do anything for or against Gloria. So I don't know. I think I'll just go with call the guards. I mean, I just don't want to fucking have any relationship with this guy. Yeah, it is what it is. Go fuck yourself. I literally don't care. But oh, I'm not gonna. I mean, regardless, my ingenuity is just gonna keep going up. I don't know what to do about that. That's just how it be. Okay. The louts try to flank Stefan and surround him. Her brother's sword thrusts and feints methodically, like in a training bout. The thugs keep dodging and jumping away. They've managed to stay safe so far. Things continue like this. Soon, one of them will flank Stefan, kick the sword out of his hands, and bring him down. The ruffians are paying no attention to you, however. Stefan slashes with his sword. One of the young men falls. The others rush at your brother. You get Gloria back on her feet as she stares at you in astonishment. It's time to find the guards. Let's go. Yeah. Hell no. This guy can get fucked. Yeah, that guy can get fucked. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Actually, give me 1 second. Did the stream stop? I don't know. It looks like it stopped. Is it just a screen? Actually? I think it's fine. Yeah, it's actually fine. What am I talking about? Oh god, my stats look terrible. Yeah, whatever. Stephen slashes with sword. Okay, yeah, it's over. You find guards dressed in the Archduke's colors, patrolling the nearby district. You tell them that a gang of lowborn thugs have assaulted a young nobleman. But when you've made your way back, the Loud's bodies are already fading away. Stefan is on his feet, his sword sinking into the last foe left standing. He smiles at you faintly, and his eyes roll back into his head. He collapses. Damn! Okay, maybe Stefan is a bit of a problem. Yeah, he's a big deal. The guards help you bring Stefan back home. Grandfather sends for the doctor the moment he sees his favorite grandson is unconscious. The doctor quickly brings Stefan back to his senses and bandages the injuries on his left arm. Sir Gregor never leaves Stefan's side. You acted like a true nobleman, Stefan. You fought for the family's honor, even though you needn't have risked your life for that freeloading wench. The burden of a nobleman is a tough one to bear. We must obey our lots so that the lowly estate may toil for theirs. When the lowborn scum grow insolent, we must be there to put them in their place. Now I fully believe that thanks to you, the Brante name will be written in the blue book, my boy. Your deeds will forever be remembered in our family. It's blood tied. Family's blood tied. What the hell? Family's blood tied. And all of us will be there. You, your father, all of us. Words cannot express how proud I am for you. Stefan treats you as usual. Huge. Huge. You leave your brother's side without a word. Grandfather will never recognize you as Stefan's equal and father's true heir. He will never treat you as part of the family. He thinks you will not add a single worthy deed to the family's blood tide. You, Nathan, mother, he acts like all of you are unworthy to even bear the Bronte name. Had you acted differently that night, would grandfather be proud of you? Who knows? Hell, I don't want him to be proud of me. I want him to be like fucking killed. I want him to be murdered in the most gruesome way. I don't know, man. I just don't think that that guy deserves my mercy. Enterprising, huge. My fucking. I, I just can't stop being ingenuid. What do I do? Before long, the entire city hears how a gang of low-born thugs assaulted Stefan Brante. Grandfather ensures that the brash young men are found. Some of them are taken into custody as soon as lesser death releases them. Grandfather seeks vengeance on those who hurt his favorite grandson. Prefect Elborn, a friend of your family, promises to personally oversee the trial and promise that justice is served. Stefan and Grandfather decide to stay in Anazote until the trial ends. Grandfather demands true death for every single assailant. You ask Father to explain how can a legal court sentence criminals to true death. How can worldly judgment overrule the twins' laws? Wouldn't they just keep killing them until they die true death? Isn't that how it works? Your words are true, my son. Their law is second to none. Yet the twin gods also made the empire and all its ways. The court of law exists to execute the law of heaven here in the world. Should the court of law sentence a person to death, the law high above will always enforce it, and so every execution brings true death. Holy shit, that is fucking raw. So no matter how many lives you have, if the court of law sentences you to true death, you die true death. Man, if you could see my face right now, holy shit. I need to have more expressive stuff added to my model. I don't know, man. Once I get the money together, this model is gonna look so fucking snazzy. Holy shit. The commoners who assaulted Stefan, a born nobleman, have committed a grave offense. There is no doubt about that. And yet, according to the Emperor's decree, every commoner has the right to defend themselves when they are about to face true death. That means that all of us will have to appear at the trial and testify before the court. Evening comes. Gloria visits your room. She looks crestfallen and her fingers keep reaching for her long hair. You put away your school books and ask what is bothering her. The trial is tomorrow. I thought I was gonna have to appear there too, as an eyewitness. After all, this whole mess started because of me. But Sir Robert isn't even going to mention that I was there. Can you imagine? He said I would ruin the case. Why am I always in the way? Nobody ever mentions me. Nobody ever listens to me. It's like I don't even exist. And I thought Stefan standing up before me finally meant something. Maybe I will become part of the family. But no. Everything is back to usual now. Gloria tries her best to hold back the tears. You do your best to comfort her. Come on, man. Father just needs to keep the family out of trouble. If Sir Robert believes that I only bring trouble, why did he take me into the house at all? Gloria runs away. You return to your books, but you can't help but get lost in thought. What if they told the court you weren't there either? How would you feel then? There's a knock on the door. It is Father. He closes the door behind him and sits next to you. There is an exhausted look about him. Son, you will be testifying before the court tomorrow. Please remember what I'm about to tell you. Gloria wasn't at the ruins at all. You went there with your brother to inspect this historical site. The lowborn men insulted Stefan first and then attacked him. Stefan had managed to deal with the assault the assailants on his own by the time the guards intervened. Gloria will cast suspicion on the case. If you mention her very existence to the court, the reputation of the family will suffer. Her grandfather will never forgive me if that happens. Do not let me down. We are all counting on you. You recall the night of the fight like it was moments ago. Gloria sprawled under the feet of those cackling thugs. Her poetry, her greatest treasure, scattered to the ground. She thinks she's all noble. Those were the words they spat down at her. But doesn't grandfather mean the same thing when he denies that she is a part of the family? But if you do what father tells you, the trial will end quickly. Those commoners will face true death for assaulting a noble. If you mention Gloria, things will get complicated. You cannot predict how the trial will end. Which is more important to you, what is right or what is just? Support father. Reputation +1, unity -1. Robert Brante +1, Gloria -5. Non-negotiable. Gloria -1, non-negotiable. You will do as father tells you and avoid mentioning Gloria to the court. Lie to father. Ingenuity +1. Robert Bronte -2. Gloria +1. Gregor Bronte -1. I just don't think I should be lying. I don't know. Having him go to like a neutral 0, even though I'm not a big fan of him, he ain't no Gregor Bronte. Okay. And convince father to change his mind. Reputation -1, unity +1, nobility +1, spirituality +1, willpower -5, Gregor Bronte -1. I mean, I have all of this willpower. The family reputation, I'm sure I'll have an opportunity to raise that back up. Who cares? I don't care. I get nobility and spirituality. Weird. Somebody just came into the room. I wasn't able to see him. I wasn't able to see him before I turned around. I had to mute first. Okay. I mean, you are determined to change father's opinion and make sure Gloria gets the fair treatment she deserves. I mean, yeah, she deserves at least that much. I'm gonna convince father to change his mind. You look father straight in the eye and tell him what you think. You are not going to bear false witness in court. He is a judge himself. How can he make you lie to Sir Elborn? And what of Gloria? Is she not a Bronte too? Does she not deserve justice? Or maybe grandfather is right, and she is just a freeloader who deserves nothing but shame. If so, then how come father agreed to take her into his home and under his protection? Saying this to father is tough. Deep inside you, you pray he hears no weakness in your voice and sees no blood rushing to your cheeks. But it seems he is listening to you intently. The wrinkles on his forehead grow deeper as his fingers stammer out a staccato against the armrest. This is going to be tough, son. But you're right. You are right. I took Gloria into my home, and so I must protect her like my own daughter. This is my decision, and I must stand by it. I will speak with Stefan in the morning. Now I pray your grandfather never hears of my change of heart. The day comes. The trial takes place in the lesser hall of the city prefecture. Sir Elborn himself presides as the judge. You are the first to testify in court. Here we go, boys. You tell the court the truth about the night. How the thugs humiliated Gloria. How Stefan and you came to help her. And how Stefan defended his half-sister. Out of the corner of your eye, you watch grandfather's face grow red, yet he remains silent. Let's go. I fucking hate that bastard. There are confused whispers in the hall. The commoners on trial cry out. It's the truth. Gloria is reciting poetry, and they simply told her she was defying her lot. The situation has changed. By this account, Stefan was not acting in defense of himself or another. He merely assaulted them first in order to retaliate against those who had insulted his half-sister. You spread your feet to stand firm and inhale before you speak next. You ask the hall, is it not a nobleman's duty to honor his family name? Gloria does not have the Brante name, but your father took her into his home. Therefore, it was Stefan's duty to protect her, as he would have protected any of you. Contemptuous chuckles rushed through the courtroom. You have just reminded the city of father's shameful second marriage. Stefan is to testify next. He reluctantly confirms your testimony, glancing at father and grandfather all the while. His arm in the sling is his main argument. Stefan wanted the commoners to stop insulting Gloria. Yet, in the end, the commoners were the first to assault him. After a short recess, Sir Elborn returns and rises to deliver his sentence. The court of Anizote finds you guilty of assaulting Stefan Elbrante, a nobleman who stood in defense of the honor of Gloria, a member of his household. All four defendants are sentenced to true death by hanging. Now that I think about it, what is her name exactly? Does she not have a last name? Whoa. Okay. Well then. That is interesting. There is no wind, but you feel a gust sweep through the hall. The defendants turn pale. Your mothers are bawling and crying. Everyone in the courtroom feels the dreadful power of the law, and it is stern and just. That very power has been invoked by his sentence, and by that very sentence, the lives of the four young men are literally forfeit for all eternity. That's such a fucking raw paragraph. Holy shit. Whoa. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. The gallows awaits. Stefan stands in the front row. Father stands next to him. The wood creaks. Trapdoors open under the young men's feet. They dangle in the air, wheezing and reaching out for support with their feet in their final moments. Grandfather's silence ends at home. He screams at you and father, at Stefan and Gloria. His trial is a disgrace. His screams are punctuated by the thudding of his walking stick against the floor. Father says they had to defend their family. It would have truly been a disgrace if they had shirked their responsibilities. Stefan excuses himself to bandage his arm in order to stay out of the argument. Gloria is quiet but glowing. You stay quiet too. It is all over now. Get fucked. Get fucked. Fuck you. Fuck you. Nobody bullies Gloria on the streets anymore. Those four commoners are dead forever. Their families were taught a cruel lesson. So will it be with anyone who dares to raise his hand against a nobleman. Get fucked. Get fucked. Tarnished honor. I mean, we were always in tarnished honor, so it doesn't matter. Unity. We're at 6. There are disagreements. There is no peace. It's a shame. Honorability. Our nobility is what I would say. Our nobility. Honorable. Spirituality. Willpower. Still full of power. Alright. Let's go. Agony. Ooh. Okay then. Stefan leaves soon after the trial, alone. Grandfather does not go with him. For the first time in a long while, he lingers in the house for more than a fortnight. I don't know, buddy. Father says Sir Gregor is ill and needs rest. Several months go by, and it becomes clear that grandfather will not recover. The eldest Brante is mostly bedridden now. On some days, he has trouble recognizing people. When he means to address you or Nathan, he calls you Robert, your father's name. But when he does get out of bed, the house grows empty. The servants hide. Mother locks herself in her chambers. You and Nathan run outside or hide quietly in your room. If grandfather sees anyone in the hallway, he begins lamenting. Oh, nobody heeds the lots any longer. Any harlot with a child can marry a nobleman these days. Children have no respect. His son betrayed him and let him down. And oh, how the Brante family has lost its honor. Again and again you hear grandfather knocking at mother's door, screaming that it's all her fault. He blames her for ruining his chances to find bliss in the hereafter. He blames her for dooming him to suffer at the foot of the pillar. You overhear your parents talking one night. Mother begs father to move Sir Gregor to his old home and spare the children his decline. Father refuses her outright. It is late at night. The hot, dry winds are coming. The house is empty save for you, Nathan, Gloria, mother, and grandfather in his bed. Father has left for the capital on business. You are engrossed in the history of the empire, snapping out of your reverie only when the clock strikes midnight. You blow out the candle and get ready for bed. You hear the shuffling of heavy feet outside your door. You see light in the hallway. Grandfather? What could he want in the middle of the night? You peek into the hallway once he is passed. Grandfather's figure sways as he heads for the door to mother's chambers. Opens the door and walks in. You hear him say something quietly. Your unease is stronger than your fear now. You sneak closer to hear his words. You foul commoner. I need to. I have to cleanse my sins. I have to save my soul. You are my greatest sin. You and what you have done to Robert and this family. I should have put a stop to this marriage. I should have stopped Robert from tainting this house by her presence. Oh, why didn't I do it? Come on. No shots. He's not. He wouldn't dare. Please, Sir Brante, I beg of you. Silence. You will do my bidding. Fire will cleanse all low-born filth from this place. Fire and flame will free Robert from this disgrace. This is for my son's sake. For my son's sake. For my sake. I need to eradicate this low-born filth. The twins, they are calling me now. I can feel it. I can feel it. Please, I beg of you. Please have mercy. Mother begins to cry. You run into the room, unable to stay out of this any longer. Grandfather's gaunt figure looms over Mother's bed, a lit oil lamp in his hand. Mother is sprawled out on the bed crying. Please, just let me warn the children. I beg of you, Sir Brante. Your steps are loud enough to be heard. Grandfather turns to look at you. Stay out of this, Alex. Be useful for once. Worldly matters concern me no longer. I see only my sins now, and a sinner I am, a sinner. The twins, they forgive no one. They will judge me by the pillar. I must do something. I don't want to suffer for all of eternity. Go away. Mother is crying. Grandfather is still looming over the bed. Driven by madness, his hand shakes as he clutches the oil lamp. His eyes shine in the dark. He truly believes this has to be done. You are suddenly torn. What if that is the only way for his soul to find redemption? There is no going back now. You have but a moment to act. run away to rescue Nathan and Gloria. Wealth -1, ingenuity +1, spirituality +1. Gregor Bronte dies a true death. Stop grandfather. Nobility +1, ingenuity +1, -5 willpower. Gregor Bronte dies a true. How is my relationship with him going to go down if he dies tonight? Come on. Let's be real. You run to mother's side and snatch the lamp out of grandfather's hand before you can set the fire. Let it all happen as grandfather wishes. Grandfather wishes to purge his sins. He has the right to do so, even if it costs you your lives. I fucking die for that? Get the fuck out of here. Nah. Hell no. We're gonna stop him. Literally insane. You look at grandfather defiantly and step towards him. He stares you down with rage and throws the oil lamp at the floor. You manage to catch it, but just barely. Several drops of hot oil hit the rug. Not nearly enough to start a fire. The lamp's glass is blisteringly hot. It burns your hands, but you still hold on to it safely. You low-born scum, you ruined everything. You ruined your every bit like your mother. You. Enraged, he takes a swing, and you squeeze your eyes shut. But he doesn't hit you. Instead, there is a deep exhalation. You peek at him with one eye, just in time to see him collapse, all his strength fading away. His chest is heaving. His face is a grimace of contempt. I fucking always hated you. I always hated you. It is what it is. Another heavy exhalation. The contempt is gone. There's only fear now. Grandfather's eyes open wide, almost in surprise. He exhales. Let me just take a sip of something a little sugary, just to push through until the last stretches of this chapter, because it has been going on for quite a while. There you go. Sorry. If you can hear that. Alright. His eyes grow dim. Mother is there, whispering a prayer. She is shaking violently. You put the oil lamp gently on the bedside table and call for the servants. They carry the body away. He does not disappear. True death has found him. He will never return. You spend the rest of the night with Mother in the sitting room. She will not let go of your hand. For many, many nights afterwards, you keep seeing Grandfather's shadow out of the corner of your eye. Father returns from Eterna the morning after. He's unusually composed as he arranges for the funeral. The house becomes quiet. Not the looming heavy sort of quiet for the past few months, but the calm relief you all feel now that the crazed old man is no more. At last, Gregor Bronte, the family's patriarch, has departed for the hereafter. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Ability. I'm at 4. Let's see. Ingenuity is a 7. Willpower is a 10. Grandfather's demise. Your grandfather, Sir Gregor Bronte, left this world forever to meet the twin gods. last respects. Give me a moment. The night of grandfather's death shook your family to the core. Yet no matter how it happened, your grandfather, Gregor Brante, is dead and will never return. He was a fearful shadow looming over the rest of the family. The Brante patriarch exerting his influence on all the lives before him, and all of you will remember him forever. Father is the new patriarch of the family now, yet he still cannot bring himself to sit at the head of the table where Sir Gregor used to preside. Stefan locks himself away in grandfather's bedroom every day. He will not talk to anyone. Gloria and Nathan still jump at every sound that so much as resembles the knocking of his walking stick. Mother spends all day in prayer at the temple, and yet the house has become calm and quiet with his passing. But there is one more thing that must be done, the final farewell. It weighs heavily upon your soul. The day comes to pay your final respects. Father goes to the tomb alone save for Stefan, Nathan, and you. Mother and Gloria stay at home. Only nobles or those who may become nobles may join this ritual. There's a solemn silence as you walk to the crypt. Father is the one who breaks the silence when you finally reach the door of the family crypt. I don't know, man. Your grandfather built this crypt, and now you will be the first Brante to remain here in body forever, the first ever noble in our family. It is our duty now to hold to the sacrament of the flowing blood for Sir Gregor. We will honor his legacy and join him as the founder of the noble Brante dynasty. Stefan perks up at his father's words. His hands still clutch grandfather's sword. Tradition decrees that it must remain in the niche above the owner's sarcophagus. Nathan, on the other hand, looks even more frightened now. Stairs carved of white stone lead you downward. Deep in the gloom of the crypt, atop a pedestal, you see the sarcophagus that holds grandfather's body. Father takes a moment to compose himself before paying his final respects. Gregor Brante, my father, brought our family into nobility through his unshakable will. He was a judge and a loyal servant to the empire. He lived his life as if he had been born a noble, and he never strayed from the path he had chosen. He sought to make the Brante family ennobled by the sword so that our children's children might be of noble birth. The twins know I abided by my father's word all my life, even if I could not obey him every time. Father lets off a bitter chuckle as he says this. Stefan glares at Father, then turns to glare at Nathan and you. After all, the two of you are born of Father's shameful decision to marry a commoner. All of you remember his disastrous passing. He did not die the true death he deserved. Yet, we all must know that he fought for the future he believed in, to the very end, and he would be proud to see his family bid him farewell with this sacrament of the nobility. Stefan still glares at Father sullenly. His fingers remain clutched around grandfather's sword. Nathan barely pays attention to the words. He looks around with unease, his arm folded across his chest. Father reaches into his jacket and pulls out a slender dagger, thin and sharp. Takes off his gloves. Watch me carefully, my sons. Take a small cut from the palm of your hand and let the blood flow into this duct on the wall of the crypt. It will join your father's blood here and flow forever. An ancestor and progeny will become as one. We shall enter our family's blood tide and receive grandfather's final blessing, for his blood flows first in our blood tide. He will respond to you. You are a part of him, and he is part of you. A quick motion, Father slices his hand and holds the bleeding cut above a small opening in the wall. Then he hands the dagger to Stefan. Stefan cuts his hand without hesitation and does as Father did. You receive the dagger next. The dagger's handle feels warm. You hesitate for a moment as you look at the palm of your hand. If you participate in this ritual, you will enter the Brante blood type. You, a lowborn child, a child who is still a commoner. Are you ready to claim your legacy as descendant of the nobleman Gregor Brante? The eyes of your father and brother are upon you. Oh. Nathan, the youngest son, will follow your example. You can be certain of this. Well, this is the only choice I have. Willpower +5. Robert Bronte -1. Nathan +1. Oh, I don't have the noble sacrament. So unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to bleed. And ask for my father's blood. Yo. Ask for grandfather's blessing? Are you out of your fucking mind? Ridiculous. Come on now. I mean, I guess I just have to give the dagger back. I mean, it is what it is. I can't really do anything about this. I don't really want to appease Stephen anyways. This would have been the ideal choice, but... Oh. Okay, well, yeah. You refuse to participate in the ritual. After all, you do not bear the nobleman's lot. It sucks that I have to give in. I'm trying to tear down society as we know it. I'll give the dagger back then. You return the dagger to Father and say you cannot participate in the ritual. You are a commoner, and your back bears the mark of the lash. Grandfather would never have let you honor his name as a nobleman. Nathan nods in agreement. You do not deserve this honor. Father furrows his brow and shakes his head. Stefan, help me close the lid of the sarcophagus, and remember to ask grandfather for his blessing. And as for you two, it seems you weren't ready to walk the nobleman's path after all. You're right, son. Your grandfather would never have allowed it. The lid of the sarcophagus falls into place with a heavy, resonant thud. Then suddenly, you all freeze as each of you hears your late grandfather speak to you. His voice is loud as it rings in the depths of the crypt. Yet he speaks to each of you separately. Foul blood weakling. I knew you never had it into you to rise above your meager birth, Alex. You have not a drop of nobility in you, and your pathetic little brother is the same. You are a taint upon my flesh and blood. Be gone from my crypt. I'm coming down here every fucking day. Your legs carry out of the crypt of their own accord. I hope that's correct. Out of that stuffy crypt. You can finally breathe again. You hear slow footsteps behind you. You turn around and meet Nathan's gaze. You did the right thing. If it weren't for you, I'd have done what Father told us. Grandfather said I should stay away from his legacy. Said it'll do me no good if I try to follow in his footsteps. How's that for words of guidance? Yeah, shut the fuck. That's not gonna come back to bite me in the ass. Of course not. Can never. Right? Right? Really it will. Nathan sighs as he embraces you. Father and Stefan leave the crypt much later and walk to the carriage without a word. You and Nathan humbly follow behind him. And lots of stuff. We got lots of stuff. Forbidden love. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. Another day of school is behind you. You are now wandering your district, taking your time before going home. It is getting dark. Soon you are walking past the splendid mansion of Count El Velasco, one of Magra's richest landlords. You hear a familiar voice from the other side of the iron fence. It is Stephen's voice. It is followed by the sound of a young lady laughing. You peek through the fence and into the mansion's garden, and indeed, there you see your elder brother, dressed like he is going to meet the emperor himself. He is currently helping a pretty young lady out of the window. She locks him in an emotional embrace. You recognize her, Maria El Velasco, Count El Velasco's daughter, and as the whole city knows, she is already betrothed to another young man from a far more illustrious family. Oh, Maria, I thought you would help. I thought I would help you come down to earth from your heavenly abode. But your very touch brings me to heaven. Corny, 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 corny. I'm gonna kill you. He picks the Count's daughter up and holds her in the air. She laughs almost imperceptibly and kisses him on the cheek. But then Stefan takes her by the chin and turns her to face him. Their lips join in a kiss. A flurry of emotion washes over you as you watch it happen. Stefan is putting the reputation of the entire family at risk, acting so frivolously. The Count's daughter may turn the Count's influence against all the Brantes, and yet Stefan always speaks so highly of noble bearing and composure and family honor. Stefan's face is glowing with joy. Your older brother, he is happy, truly happy. You've never seen Stefan like this as his arms hold the Count's daughter in a tender embrace, so gently as though he fears to hurt her. And Maria reciprocates his feelings. Must you really rob them of their secret joy? If you ever speak to him about this, no one else must hear it. You wait by the gate patiently until Stefan decides to return from his escapades. He's startled when he finally notices you stand by the gate. Oh, I see. Well, do I? Remind him of what a nobleman's honor means. I'm tempted. Regardless, I get Stephen's disgrace. I mean, shit, I don't know. I get nobility here. But I don't know. I don't fucking like this guy at all. If Stefan keeps acting like this, he will bring disgrace upon the entire family. Aid Stefan in his cause. You promise you will keep your brother's secret. I don't know. I kind of really don't like this guy. But I don't want to be an asshole. Like, he's kind of happy. I don't know, man. It's probably gonna bite me in the ass later. It's absolutely gonna come back to bite me. Oh. Wait a second. Oh. Yeah, bro. I'll hook you up. Just this once. Just this once. Just this once. This one fucking time. But that's it. That's it. Fucking rat. What are you doing here at this late hour, Alex? Is there something you wish to tell me? You confessed to Stefan that you saw him today. Okay, in the El Velasco garden. I thought I got the wrong one for a second. This affair puts both families' honor at risk, yet you say you are happy for them. You can see how much he cares for her. No matter what, it is worth the risk. Stefan can trust you with this secret, you assure him. Two of you will keep it together. Stefan reacts to you with anger at first, but your supportive words calm him down. You've got all the makings of a professional spy. But you're right, the risk is too great. Your aid will not go amiss. You are no nobleman yet, but I hope your word is worth my trust. From that day on, you help Stefan and Maria avoid attention on many occasions. You even have to distract El Velasco's manservants and lead them away on a wild goose chase through the district. In the end, you are never caught, and you earned your brother yet another night with his beloved. They are both aware that the days of their hidden love are numbered. How will this escapade affect the family's reputation? You and your brothers agree. Whatever happens, happens. Young love is worth the risk. Well, there it goes. Okay. Oh yeah, exactly what I tried to push for. Okay, good. All right, sick. So. The day is sunny, scorching, and hot. You are sitting in the yard in the shade of a tree, studying books about the twins' great descent. You hear shy, quiet steps. There's no need to look back. You know from the sound it is Nathan. Your younger brother also sits in the shade of the tree, yet he is quiet. He is not tugging at your clothes this time. That is unusual. He is just sitting by your side, breathing loudly. Okay, fucking just tell me what you want to tell me. You tear yourself away from the book and look at your brother. Nathan is deep. Thought. Seems uneasy. His is fidgeting with the symbol of the twins, a cross inside a circle. The lash bound around the sword. It is Nathan's pendant. He wears it all the time, but not today. The silence wears on. Nathan takes a deep breath, like he's about to speak, but he does not. His face grows even grimmer. He looks unusually hurt and bitter. At last, Nathan gathers his courage. He takes another deep breath. His eyes narrow. His hand clutches the encircled cross. Hey, you better drop some fucking bombshell or else I'm gonna beat you up. Is what I would say. If I was a monster. Tell me, Alex, the twins, they hate me, don't they? What the fuck? What are you trying to say? What brings you to the... What? Nathan's voice is quiet yet firm. The world falls silent around you. Not even a gust of wind can be heard. It is as if everything is waiting for your answer. You look at your brother again, confused. Nathan, the youngest brother, the most unassuming child. He is quiet, obedient, and thoughtful. He has been your responsibility almost since his birth. Yet he has never been a burden. Father was always aloof around him, and mother was too tired to even smile. Even grandfather seemed to avoid Nathan with his scorn. He just treated your little brother like a piece of trash. He never called him by name and always winced at the sight of him. Perhaps because he looked so much like mother. But is it true that the twin gods have no love for your brother? Surely the twins have enough even for little Nathan, do they not? Nathan was born a commoner like you. His lot is suffering. Everyone is tested by the twins before their true death. No one can expect mercy along their path. He was born the youngest child in your family. That is his trial. If Nathan persevere and bear the burden he is dealt, he shall reach the peak of the pillar when his time runs out. There's hope in Nathan's eyes as he looks at you. Guiding others in matters of faith is a clergy lot. You are no priest, yet you cannot stay quiet. You see his pain, you see his trepidation, and so you will tell him what you think. What you are about to say may be a turning point in his life. Dispel Nathan's fears. Nathan's admonition. Spirituality +1. Nathan Brante +1. The twins have love for all that exists. Confirm Nathan's fears. Nobility +1, ingenuity +1. Your brother is right. The twins are stern and ruthless. Now, I can't not do it. I don't really like Nathan. He's too much of a whiny brat. And I really don't want to build any more spirituality, considering the fact that I don't want to be a priest. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just fuck him over, yo. Oh man, you better crush him. You better crush his fucking soul. You are quiet for a moment and then you speak. The twins are stern indeed. They pay no heed to the wishes of men, for they are gods. They have their own visions and they follow it to guide all people to greatness. But how can the twins guide people when they are not people themselves? He's got a point. But there is a positive side to this. You do not have to love them either. After all, how could you force yourself to love forces that hate you just for being born? How can you force yourself to love entities that see you as wicked beings that can do nothing but blindly obey their will? For our gods have no mercy indeed, and their law is inhuman. We have to accept it, for it cannot be changed. But when your true death comes, there are two paths open to you. You can be brought to the peak of the shining pillar, or you can be cast down into eternal suffering at the foot of the pillar. You wish for the twins' solace and eternal bliss in the hereafter. Submitting to their will is the only way. Nathan hangs on your every word. The despair in his face is replaced by rage. He leaps to his feet. His fingers balled into fists. A single tear rolls down his reddened cheek. No, that cannot be. It is impossible. You simply cannot be right. The twins are testing me, and they're testing me right now too. I'm going to tell Mom you're spreading heresy. Okay. Holy shit. I'm telling Mom you're spreading heresy. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy. I was right to hate this little brat. That is fucking nuts. Nathan screams these words in your face and runs away, the pendant clenched in his fist around his neck. You turn back to the book with a heavy heart. It always hurts to face the cruelty of the world. Will your brother weather the storm? You know his threat means nothing. He will never tell on you. His doubt is too great. You know what? Maybe I should just max out my ingenuity, you know? Maybe I should just max out my ingenuity, was it? Yeah, ingenuity. A fugitive girl. I see. Give me one sec. Yep. Grandfather's passing and last respects have left a mark on the entire family. His I keep getting spooked by my humidifier because it's right out of the corner of my eye, and it's like doing humidifier things. I see the smoke, but I just see something moving in the corner of my eye. I just think something's sneaking up on me. My room is pitch black, so all right. Grandfather's passing a lash style the record making in mind. You still do your best to avoid the memory of grandfather's last night and spend more time in the city streets with Thomas and your other classmates. Okay, good. The road by the house reminds you of another clash with death. Sometimes as you walk along the road, you recall Sophia, the beautiful girl with the wonderful eyes and the terrifying thundering hooves. You have not seen Sophia since that fateful day. The children who live nearby say her parents sent her to a rich Archnean family, the Ottons, as a servant. Oh, I see. The sun has set. Alright, yeah. The sun has set. The pillars shines palely in the dark sky. Thomas is ill, so you decide to visit him and tell him the latest news. The streets seem oddly agitated tonight, full of horses, cloaked men, strange faces, hushed voices. A young nobleman in a heavy embroidered cloak is walking back and forth, clutching at his sword nervously. There is a grimace of rage on his delicate blue face. He is an Archnean. You overhear voices. Sir Otton, the girl is not at home. We searched the house. Parents swear she ran away from home too. They claim they wanted to bring her back. Just do whatever it takes. Turn this loathsome district upside down if you must. But bring my servant back to me. She's here. Sophia ran away from an Archnean? How can this be? There's only one place on this entire street where a person could hide. The abandoned Moral House. 5 houses away from yours. You head there doing your best not to attract attention. The lopsided house built of yellow brick has been abandoned for 20 years or so. Remember playing there as a boy. You glimpse a figure inside even before you enter. A pair of eyes glimmer in the dark. You would recognize them even after another 4 years. Sophia had grown up. She's almost an adult now, and her face is full of fear. She's not the easygoing girl next door that you remember. She finally recognizes you. Oh, it's you, Alex. Be quiet. They're all looking for me. I ran away from the youngest Otton. I might be in for a lesser death here, but I'd rather die than spend another day in their slavery. I'm just a thing to them, just a toy to play with. Sophia winces and closes her mouth as she says this. There's a glint of bright yellow deep in her eyes. I ran to my parents. I told them all about the men I had to serve, and they went and alerted the Ottons. They don't want to be the target of their ire, but you aren't going to tip them off, are you? The barking and shouting are getting closer. Sophia's voice grows quiet. She runs off to the darkest corners of the house before you can answer. One of the Otton servants is so close you can hear his cloak swishing against the ground. He notices something and calls for the others. There are more voices around you now. They approach the house from the yard and surround it. One of them seems particularly snappy, annoyed, and impatient. You've already heard this voice today. If you're in there, girl, you'd be wise to come out and quit wasting my time. All will be forgiven, and you will go back where you were. You know it, and if you don't, I'll drag you out by the hair. The hilt of the young Archnean sword bashes at the door. He is about to lose his patience for good. Sophia hugs the wall in the dark, trying to stay still. He glances at you. What will you do? Your heart is racing. Can you act against the Archnean's order? Do you have the gall to defy the mighty nobleman? Sophia did not die her first death, okay? A matter of the heart. Oh. Sophia is trusting. And Sophia is a +1. Bring Sophia back to the Are you fucking shitting me? Get the fuck out of here. You'll perfect your friend even if you have to defy the young Archaean. Alright, what else was there? Could just do that. Nah. That's literally just evil. Dorius Otten. A matter of the heart. My ingenuity and willpower are up to snuff. What? That's just the same thing. But I also lose willpower? Oh, okay. So it's just if you, like, still let her die before. Okay, whatever. Help Sophia flee. Matter of the heart, willpower -5. It's literally the same thing as try to stop Otten. I'm just gonna try to stop Otten because I don't have to lose willpower. Hide alone. Willpower +5. But Sophia becomes embittered and gets a -1. Hide alone. Things have become too dangerous. You are not able to influence the fate of Sophia. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dog. I will defend her. You pull yourself together and walk slowly to the half-collapsed doorway. Sophia stays behind. The tall, young Arachnian stares you down, his condescending smile dripping with scorn. In your most assertive voice, you answer the question. You will find no fugitive girl in this house. What are you doing here, boy? I wasn't speaking to you. Out of my way. Otto needs no permission to enter, so he steps inside. You stand in his way. You have already assured the young Arachnian there is no one else inside. You have done him a great service. What makes him doubt your words? Why, you lowlife. How dare you stand in an Arachnian's way? You must have lives to spare. Yeah, this guy can get fucked. Otten backhands you with immense strength, enough to send you flying. The Arachnian draws his sword. It raises into the air. But then one of his men shouts, "Sir, there she is!" The Arachnian turns away and briskly walks away. Sophia uses your distraction to climb out of the window in the back. You jump to your feet and escape the house in the same way. Sophia's slight silhouette is gaining distance far ahead. One of Otten's men is chasing her down, ready to catch her at any moment. Then something unbelievable happens. Sophia lets out a dreadful scream. Why was that so loud and obnoxious? Sophia lets out a dreadful scream and the air around her sizzles with golden sparks. Otten's man falls to the ground, clutching his head. Sophia freezes for a second, as though uncertain of what she just did. What was that? Magic. Otten screams at her right next to you. So that's how it is, eh? The wench is a witch. Seize her. Magic? Sophia's a witch? Sophia's silhouette disappears down an alleyway. Otten's men give her chase, but they will never find her in the dark, sprawling district. You watch her go. Will you ever see her again? Ooh. A runaway girl becomes the talk of the district for an entire week. You overhear that Sophia managed to flee the city. The Ottens are furious. After your sudden appearance, she disappears from your life once more. You'll not see her again until much, much later. But she's trusting. Let's go. Maybe she'll be a valuable asset. I don't know. Matters of the heart. Experience your first romantic feeling. Nothing about this was romantic. I'm sorry to say. Like, it is what it is, but I don't think it was romantic per se. You're about to turn 15, just one step away from adulthood. Mother is acting anxious at dinner today, barely touching her food. You exchange glances with Gloria. She carefully tells you that she wants to go to the tailor. Mother shudders and her hands clench into a fist. No, don't you dare leave home today. I forbid it. A dirty heretic Photis is preaching his lies under the silver tree today. Twins willing, I don't want you to hear any of that. Huh? You and Gloria glance at each other again. Photis, he's a patriarch, the head of the clergy throughout the entire province. That is the first time you've heard Mother speak like this about a priest, especially such a high-ranking one. Once you leave the dinner table, Gloria comes to your room with a cunning expression on your face. She's about to play a trick on someone. She has a plan. The two of you should sneak out of the house and go to the silver tree. You simply must hear the sermon for yourself. What's so bad about Patriarch Photis? Why does Mother hate him so much? You two are grown-ups now. Surely you have the right to know. You agree with your sister. Tonight you sneak out from under your mother's watchful eye and hurry to the silver tree. The temple block is full of people from all ranks and estates. There is barely enough room for you to squeeze through the crowd. The crowd has gathered around the very roots of the tree. Gloria suggests that you climb up to the roof of a nearby building so you can hear and see everything better. And not a moment too soon. From the roof, you see a tall, silver-haired priest step onto the platform by the tree. Dressed in the common black robes that look far beneath his rank, yet he stands like a noble before the crowd. Behind his back is a banner flapping in the wind, the open book. This is the symbol of the new faith, the crowd whispers. The patriarch holds his hand up to the sky, and the entire temple block grows quiet. He begins his sermon, his vibrant voice rolling across the square. Photis speaks of a great mistake. We entrusted ourselves to the lots as the only way to fulfill divine providence in this world. But for all these years, the will of the twins has been interpreted for us by a single man, Prophet Isachius. The twins are even watching from atop the shining pillar. Of this we have no doubt. But how can we so blindly believe that we truly followed their will by following the lots? Have we not seen the 3 lots of Isachius fail again and again to answer the questions of how we ought to live our lives? Have you not seen people change their lots in life again and again, without being smitten by divine wrath? Every person born, whether human or Archaean, lowborn or noble, must find their lots and their way to the gods of their own. From now on, we will seek the gods in the accounts of their own lives, in their own acts in this world, and in their own words as they echo within us. And as we heed the voice of the twins within, we will each find their paths for us on our own. The crowd at the silver tree listens to the patriarch's speech in stunned silence. You glance at your sister. Her eyes glisten with tears as she hears Photis' words. Then suddenly, a hoarse cry rises from the crowd. If there are no lots, does that mean the nobles are going to till the fields? And the commoners are going to bear arms? The crowd begins to murmur. The patriarch raises an arm and inhales, ready to answer. An odd figure leaps from the crowd onto the platform, a dirty beggar dressed in rags, a knife flashes in his hand. The blade slices. Blood starts splurting from Photis' throat. He slumps over and collapses. A dark brown puddle spreads across the platform where he had stood. Gloria clutches her mouth and to suppress a shriek. What the fuck? A beggar. So I would assume of commoner estate is the word I was looking for. Just killed the guy that's preaching that anyone can be what they wanna be. Yeah, he was paid to kill the patriarch. A few moments of stunned silence and then the screams begin. The people are frantic. Temple guards try to restore order in the crowd, but to no avail. An old woman dressed in an inquisitor's cassock tries in vain to apply pressure to the patriarch's wounds. The nobles draw their swords. Dogs are barking. Crowd is pushing and shoving. Children are crying. The entire square by the tree is in chaos. Please let this chapter be over soon. From the roof, you see the moment when people start trampling each other, howling, praying, shouting. Gloria tugs on your sleeve. Time to go. climb down from the roof and run. You return home without exchanging a word. Mother has been in her room all the while, so no one noticed your absence. Gloria locks herself in her room. You do not discuss the things you've just seen. They're too frightening. But your parents discuss every little detail of the bloodstained servant over dinner. This is unbelievable. A patriarch murdered in plain sight. The gendarmes. The gendarmes? The gendarmes. The gendarmes and the Archduke's guards have searched every corner of the slum, and the murderous beggar had disappeared without a trace. I cannot even imagine a more gruesome crime. Fotis had died a true death, never to return from the hereafter. Yeah, nah. But how? Why can't the patriarch be reborn? He is so close to the twins. Such is the way of the world, my child. Once you are granted great power by the twins, there is no hope for you to come back. Not even after the first of your deaths. Emperors, their powerful vassals, heads of the great Archmean dynasties, patriarchs of the church. None of them are destined to be reborn. Oh. Fotis is gone forever. I fear for his soul. It was lost in doubt. Will the twins accept him upon the peak of the pillar? We must pray for the patriarch, children. Let us hope he manages to return to the true old faith before the moment of his passing. But there is little hope for that. Oh. Let's see. Tomorrow you turn 16. According to imperial law, you are a full adult. Your time at Sir Tibor's school has ended. You've studied enough to apply for the Imperial College and learn the judge's trade there. You are to travel to Eterna tomorrow. Your friend Thomas will go there with you to try his luck at the Imperial capital. Mother and father prepare you for the long journey. Remember, son, there is only one goal for you. You must become a student of the Imperial College. Your teachers dragged you through all those books for a reason. You have the knowledge and fervor to be ennobled by the mantle as I was, and as my late father was before me. And who knows, maybe one day... Sorry, I'm still yawning. And as my father built for me. But who knows, maybe one day you will be the one to write the name Brante in the blue book and ensure that the children's children will be ennobled by birth. Then mother speaks to you carefully. There is worry in her eyes. But Robert, there may be another path for our son, Stefan. Your firstborn was born a noble. He will surely earn the title for the entire Brante family. Your second son bears the favor of the twins. For him, the path of the priest is a worthy calling, no less than a nobleman's sword. They have been arguing about your future for a while now. Still, she would never defy the will of a nobleman and her husband. You smiled at them both, trying to placate them. Gloria laughs quietly behind their backs. Just don't become a snoot like Stefan, and you'll do just fine. Mother chides Gloria for that. You wink at your sister. Nathan has been downcast all evening. He barely touches dinner. When everyone gets up from the table, he suddenly rushes over to embrace you. Please don't go, Alex. Can't you stay? I don't know what I'm going to do without you. You tussle his hair in response. There's no way you can stay now, you say? Well, when you come home, and you will come home, you'll tell him all your stories and bring him a special present from Eterna. This is it. All your lessons have been learned. All your things have been packed for the road. You will leave the family home tomorrow. Tonight is your last night at home before your departure. You walk through the rooms one last time. Sitting room, where mother used to read fairy tales. Library, where Gloria used to spend all her time. Father's study, which you entered only on special occasion. The backyard, where you taught Nathan to build towers one summer. The whole place feels so familiar. So dear to you. Feels like home. You lived here for 16 years. Will you ever return? It is getting late. Everyone is already in their rooms. But you hesitate. Father, Mother, Gloria, Nathan, it will be a long time before you see them again. Who will you spend your last few hours at home with? Spend it with Mother? Spirituality +2. Lydia Brante +1. Ingenuity +2. Nathan. Come on, fuck you, Nathan. No, I can't be bothered. I don't need any more willpower. I have so much willpower. But I really don't want spirituality. Ooh, unfortunate. Yeah, I'll fit it with Gloria. Gloria's cool. Indeed, your sister is still awake. She jumps out of her armchair happily the moment she sees you. I'm so happy you're actually here, brother. You know, before you leave, I actually have something to tell you. Gloria takes your hand and leads you to the library. You light a lamp. Gloria pulls out a hefty volume from one of the shelves. Look, this is a history of the nobles' houses. It's got the story of how humans were first ennobled. I read all of it, and guess what? It didn't happen until after the expansion of the empire. Apparently, there weren't enough Archnians for all the land. They just couldn't rule it all by themselves. Huh. All of these guys hate them. I hate these guys so much. Alright. Archnians have always treated humans like cattle. The human nobles are even worse. They're like their paltry copies now, bearing noble titles, wearing gem-studded jackets, bossing everyone around and poisoning their lives. They make me sick. Everybody says nobles are born to rule, but if you ask me, I say they're nobodies. There's nothing noble about demeaning others and living off their hard work. Gloria is growing unusually agitated. You knew she is not exactly fond of nobles, but this is the first time you've heard such burning scorn in her voice. Then Gloria stops herself suddenly and calms down. I just wanted to tell you, brother, if you don't actually become a noble, that you don't actually have to become a noble. If you're a noble, you'll have to follow their rules, like Stefan does. You're not like him, I know him. I know it. Don't listen to Mother. Definitely don't listen to your father. They just want you to blindly follow them. It's true. Sir Brante spent plenty of money and effort on your education, but a noble title and a judge's rank were his dream for you, not yours. It's time to think for yourself. Her words spark a dispute. Keep debating into the small hours. Soon you both start reaching into history and politics and morals for material, pulling out library books one by one to prove your point. It turns out Gloria is an excellent debater. All the days and nights she spent in the library has honed her mind and rhetorical skills. The sun is about to rise. You should rest before the long trip, but you are not tired at all. Before you return to your rooms, Gloria locks you in a heartfelt hug. Alex, please promise me you'll find your way out of there. You nod to her and hug her back, and then she's off. You get into bed, but you cannot sleep. Gloria's words keep you up all night. There it is. It's maxed the fuck out. Departure from home. You leave the family home for a long time. Your future awaits you in Eterna, the capital of the Empire. Oh? End of adolescence. Here we are. Last night was your final night at home. The carriage is now waiting at the gate, ready to take you to the capital. Clip-clopping of the idle hooves against the cobblestones counts the seconds before your departure. You took one more look at your parents' house and recall your childhood spent there, in the nearby yards, at your school, and on the winding streets of Anazote. You clashed with the greater world around you and survived. You felt the tingle of emotions for the first time. You were taught by the school in the streets. You explored the city of your birth and learned something of its past. You witness firsthand events that will be remembered by history for all time. All of this is yours now, forever. You saw death, lesser death followed by rebirth, and a true death that takes and never gives back. You saw death lying in wait to strike the unaware, like a beast stalking its prey. You saw grandfather's angry grimace lit by the flickering fire of the lamp, the Archduke's cavalry trampling those who stood in their way, and your older brother's bloody sword slicing through the air. Death has followed you from a very young age, and yet you live on. You have a friend who has been by your side all these years. Thomas taught you many things, like how to take a hit, how to keep your word, and how to remain true to yourselves. And now Thomas is walking to the same carriage as you, a heavy bag slung over his shoulder. Your friend will remain your companion for the time being, and ahead of you is a long trip towards the capital and adulthood. First time you will be away from your family and home. What awaits you in the future? You survived your first clashes with the greater world around you and felt a tingle of emotion for the first time. You're taught by the school and the streets. You explored the city of your birth and learned from its tale. You witnessed firsthand the events that will be remembered by history for all time. It is time now for you to leave your family home. Here it is. All of my stats. Their righteous glory. Oh no, man. I'm still full of power. I've died twice. Alright. It's finally... We're gonna call it here, actually. So, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for hanging with me, Aquatico9. If you like what you see, follow if you don't. Jesus Christ. This... It's so me. I really like this one. This one is really good. Yeah, I should do more of these. More of these reading streams. I want to stream tomorrow. Well, today technically. I don't think that it should conflict with anyone's schedule. So hopefully I can stream and finish off Tomb Raider. So that I could you know, I really don't want to like push that game off much longer. I don't know. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying the book as much as I am enjoying it. Well, book game, adventure. I hope you're enjoying Sir Bronte's adventure as much as I am, because I really am enjoying it. It is quite the literary masterpiece. But yeah, hopefully you will rejoin me next time. If I'm not too tired, I may also stream Sir Brante after. I mean, if you don't see another, like, without a doubt, if you don't see me stream in the afternoon, then you will see Sir Brante later at night. I guess in the morning of like the next day. But you know, holy shit, is that the sun rising? All right, fellas, we're gonna get the hell out of here. All right, I'll see you all next time for something. I don't know, one of these things. Bye bye.